Are we on a break right now?
No, the deputy mayor is just setting up for the
Okay.
open session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. After a bit of a discussion, the Finance Committee has decided to delay our discussion of the Goldenrod sheets A30 to A49 to the end of the deliberations. We're now going to move to the next block of initiatives A77 to A88. Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I don't know why my hand was up.
Then we certainly won't know either. So let's approach the same we did yesterday. Councillors have questions on the different initiatives. We will get the questions answered. We will make any amendments as needed to A75 to A88. We start with questions. So we don't have a lot of questions. I have a question, or two or three. On A75, we looked at the dryland mowing option and to reduce it. I'm wondering if that creates any fire risk issues, wildfire risk issues.
In this particular instance, again, this is option one. This option still allows dry land mowing in terms of fire breaks, the river valley issues, so as not to increase that risk, Mr. Chair. If you go to there's a second option though that's has a higher impact because it in fact does, if council were to choose it, it does increase that risk because our ability to it does suggest limiting fire break activity as well in dry land situations. But this one in particular, A75, doesn't enhance that risk.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Hawkins, while you're on A76, I just want to clarify. So when work is done on a utility or a road and we create damage on private property, this initiative is saying if we delay it, we can save money.
Right. It's just a question of resourcing. Again, this does contemplate a minor reduction in non-permanent staff associated with that activity, which would have an impact of just delaying our response. It's not suggesting that the work wouldn't get done. It would get done eventually, just not as quickly as a result of a minor reduction in staffing associated with that activity.
I'll hop out if anyone else has any other questions on these initiatives. Mr. Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. A79, decrease in the annual planning requisition. So is this, if I just understand this correctly, our staff has taken on a lot of this because we've developed the skill, which is excellent to see. Is this about additional resources required, perhaps if we need to pull in a consultant or somebody on plan developments? Am I understanding this correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Spearman?
Thank you. Just looking at, obviously the big one is the corporate contingencies. And all that does is, and I don't want to say that lightly, is reduce flexibility in the future if there are variations, right? So historically, of the 1 million that we've had previously, or the budgeted numbers previously, how much have we accessed in terms of corporate contingencies? Do we have a...
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Mayor Spearman. This has, the corporate contingency in the past has often been allocated just as a result of unknowns at the time the budget was prepared. And it's a very small portion of the total budget, but it does give council some flexibility when things come up that we're not aware of or that come over the wall unexpectedly.
I guess a follow-up question. If we completely eliminated the corporate contingency for 2021 and things came up, what would happen then? Would each and every one come to council?
Mayor Spearman, I think it would depend on the magnitude of the issue. If it was significant, it would need to come back to council. If nothing else, just for an awareness. Otherwise, it would just result in a deficit within the existing budget.
Okay. Thank you. I have a question on another area too.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at, where did I see it? It was a wage freeze in here somewhere. Administration wage freeze, A85. Now, yesterday we dealt with an administrative wage freeze. That was a different one?
No, that's the same one.
Oh, that's the same one. Okay, thank you. I'm having trouble reading the screen. It's just a big blur.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Following up on AA7, corporate contingencies. This is for the last 2 years of the budget. What is remaining in that account from the first 2 years of the budget? Or have we spent it?
Councillor Carlson, the first year of the budget is 0. The second year is in 2020 is 500, and none of that has been spent yet, which then carries over to 2021 for an additional 500. So that million is technically reducing the 2020 budget as well.
Okay, thank you for that. A81, paid parking is, I think, the biggest part of this, but also new revenue development, more events. question on that, because I've been an advocate for paid parking. I think we're pretty much the only major facility that I know of that doesn't. But it will impact the surrounding areas. Are there plans in place to mitigate the impacts if that goes through? The residential parking permit program, et cetera?
From a communication standpoint, we'd certainly work with the community groups to ensure that the communication went out. With respect to your question, no, that work hasn't been done at this point.
Okay, and just on that, because this is all projecting extra revenue, and so would there be any costs associated with implementing residential parking permit program? I can't remember what it's called. I think that's what it's called in those areas.
So from the parking lot standpoint, there's a revenue projection of $423,000 annually, which will net out the revenue of $341,700, which will help offset the expenses that are required to go with paid parking.
And did that include thinking about the RPP?
No, it did not.
Okay. Do we have any idea, Madam Treasurer, costs associated with implementing those RPP programs?
Okay, maybe I can help. In terms of if in fact there were a pressure identified or a concern identified, there is a formal process for creating the residential parking permit areas. Typically, those are one-time costs in terms of dealing with petitions and ultimately signage and creating the zones themselves, and not typically an ongoing cost, not a significant ongoing cost associated with that. But I should remind Finance Committee that there already are a couple RPPs in existence today, immediately in the Tudor subdivision, as it specifically relates to activities associated with the NMAX Center. So I think it would be hard to predict whether or not there would be a need to expand that, depending on people's behavior with respect to paid parking. But I think there may be some one-time expenses, but it'd be hard to identify clearly what those are at this particular stage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Appreciate that. I'll hop out.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If we could actually just maybe stay on A81 there for a second. Right now we do have a number of college students that will park at the NMAX Center and then walk over to the college. If we're looking at revenue generation, this is for programs and events only, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there any consideration of just a parking fee regardless, or is this just, as you just said, it's just for events only at the moment?
At the moment, it is just for events, but that discussion, and there is that opportunity in the future to look at that.
Okay, thank you. A83, food and beverage program, expense reduction. Are we still, and this is a tough one to kind of approach at the moment, because under current conditions, we have no staff in place right now, correct?
Correct.
On the food and beverage service?
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay. Are we in this time then exploring the potential of contracting out this service to local businesses as a way of, when we come back, providing them the opportunity to generate revenue?
That wasn't looked into for this initiative. This initiative was just going to continue as within the current model.
Okay. All right. Thank you. A86. Utility budget adjustment. Recognize that this is, if I understand the sheet correctly, this is part of sort of this is part of a variance buffer for utility charges. Is that correct?
Correct, Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, we're going to leave a buffer there, correct? So that's prudent financial management, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how much of a buffer remains? The ballpark is fine.
When we reviewed this, we looked at kind of previous surpluses within the corporate accounts for the utility costs, and we're projecting for the tax-supported city facilities positive variance of about 570,000 to the end of 2020. And so there's still a little bit of a buffer there, but there's also some uncertainty in terms of, obviously weather impacts that, as well as our contracts, and not all of those are finalized yet. And so there, with that uncertainty, we've left a little bit of room there.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you. No, I understand the volatility in all of this, from weather to cost to a number of different other factors. This goes into the operating budget, though, for the various utilities, correct? As opposed to a reserve or a fund designated to variance. Is that correct?
That's right. Just in our operating forecast, we pull out the utility cost for their tax-supported departments, just our tax-supported facilities, just because given the corporate usually is about all of the things that are outside of the business unit's control, and so it's just reported differently. But yes, it will adjust all of the department budgets for this reduction if it's approved.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Higgin.
Sorry, my question's already been asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My question is regarding contingencies. We can only take out money out of that via council resolution. Am I correct in that, Madam City Treasurer?
Based on the existing financial policies, the wording was changed that was brought to the audit committee to say that it would be based on the recommendations of the city manager, but that they would bring it forward to council just as in terms of information. And so that's how the policy currently states, but there's always obviously an update on that and a report out in terms of how that would be impacted if it was available.
So thank you. So for example, when we have something that comes over the wall, we usually use this account, and we have a resolution, and it's passed at a council meeting. Am I correct?
That's correct. Yep.
So we also do the same thing with the MRSR. Am I correct? In regards to when things come over the wall, we just go to the MRSR?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement to say that you could get rid of contingencies and just use the MRSR when things come over the wall?
Yes, that's correct. The challenge with the MRSR is it's a one-time funding, whereas this funding is rolled into base and would be ongoing. So if it was an ongoing pressure that came over the wall, we would just have to deal with it on a one-time basis, depending on what year it happened, and then it would roll in as a pressure in the next budget cycle.
Okay, so thank you. And so my follow-up to that is, and tell me if I'm off or I'm not thinking right here in regards to this. So the contingencies is kind of a rainy day fund, and the rainy day fund, when needed, if we need more money into the rainy day fund, we would go to the MRSR. Am I correct? For more money out of the rainy day fund.
If there wasn't sufficient funding within the corporate contingency today, we would have to look to other sources of funding to address the deficiency or shortfall. which would be the MRSR as an example, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you, Councillor Carlson, do you have another question?
Maybe just because some people don't seem clear on the contingencies and how they work, maybe the city treasurer could describe how they've been used in the past, perhaps when grants in lieu were removed from the province. If that's an easy thing for Haley to do. If not, I'm okay.
Councillor Carlson, the concept that comes to mind was, I think the last time we used the contingency in the 15 to 2018 budget was the police came back for a request of additional funding. If I recall at the time, I think it was a new chief was coming on and they wanted to, council didn't approve the full request, and then they came back later based on some additional information after the new chief had arrived and provided a request to, and that ended up being funded from the contingency. I think that's the last one that I can recall being used from the contingency, the most recent one.
Thank you, Ms. Pinkston. And was that a one-time injection or was that ongoing?
No, that was ongoing request from the police.
Thank you. I also recall when the province reduced their grants in lieu of taxation for some of our seniors' housing. That caused quite a pressure on us, and that was also funded ongoing from contingencies rather than having to go back in, open the budget, and raise taxes, correct?
I think that was the operating grant for the MSI, which they notified us that it would be discontinued, and then they've changed their mind since then. So
Okay.
that I think that's maybe the one you're thinking of.
Could have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a clarification. We're going 75 to 88, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the reason I ask is 89 is a Lethbridge Transit, so we actually are splitting two of the transits. I'm wondering if it's just possible for us to go to 75 to 87
Yes, I was thinking.
in this bulk and keep the two transit ones together for the next flight, if that's possible.
Certainly. Thank you for pointing
Okay.
that out.
No problem, thank you.
Ms. Pinklon?
I'm just wondering, Deputy Mayor Sheriff, we just wanted to clarify that the 75, 76, and 77 have corresponding option 2s in either medium or high categories. So it would just be my recommendation that you look at, that Finance Committee would consider all of the low options that don't have a corresponding 1 or 2. And then it would so that would be A78 to, I guess, based on Councillor Kaufman's recommendation, A87 would be considered potentially as one group. And then we would go and look at A75, which has a corresponding, just trying to find it here, A116, which is the dry land mowing option 2. So if those two would be considered at the same time because it's either one or the other would be approved. I'm not
Certainly,
sure if that
it was
simplifies
gonna-
it or makes it more complicated.
Are there other ones with other options attached that we need to bring in from a
Yeah,
different
so
section?
anything that's highlighted with that tan color in the title, in the name, would have an option 1 and a corresponding option 2. So we just might want to look at those together. They're just categorized differently because the option 2s are typically a greater impact on service level.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Pixon, just going back to contingencies again, what is the consequences if we no longer had that account and we just used the MRSR? What would be the consequences if they're like being negative?
Councillor Parker, so that the consequence of pulling this out is it just reduces the flexibility for those unexpected ongoing costs that would occur. We would then be, you know, if an ongoing cost, like a loss of the police grant, for example, if that was to take place in the provincial budget, just using that as an example, then we would essentially have to address that with one-time funding on a 1 or 2 year basis until we get to the next operating budget. So it would just be a draw on our reserves.
Okay, so then we could, if it wasn't there, the default would be the MRSR. Am I correct?
That's correct. And then, you know, future pressures in the next budget cycles for that specific, I mean, in this example, say the loss of a grant.
And if that pressure was there on an ongoing basis, we would obviously put that into the ongoing operating budget anyway. Am I correct?
Right. It would just it would just incur a future pressure. Yes.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Just further to that, to what Councillor Parker had asked, Ms. Pinkston. So the MRSR, I think we've heard over the years, is one-time funding, of course. Contingencies could be ongoing, but as Councillor Parker said, could be moved into budget item once a budget is opened again. Is that correct?
That's correct. So contingencies are tax funded. If we remove this, we lose the flexibility of ongoing funding for unexpected over-the-wall budget issues.
Unless, of course, there were one-time funding from MRSR, though, right?
So we could address that deficiency on a temporary basis from a reserve like the MRSR, but it would create future pressure to the tax.
So is the amount from contingencies, does that need to be approved by council? Or I think you'd mentioned that it was city manager would get it and would bring it forward.
Sorry, Councillor Hagan, I interrupted you there.
No, that's okay. I think you'd mentioned already that the city manager in a resolution was to, if there's an item that comes in for contingencies, could act on that, but would be brought up as information for council. Is that correct? Or does council still make a final decision on those contingency?
So based on the policy, it says that the city manager would make the recommendations. It would be reported out in the unaudited report, in the operating forecast if it was something that came up during the middle of the year, and then it would be reported out. If council had concerns, obviously that we would reflect on those. But that policy was brought forward to audit committee. Again, if council wants to change that for them to, it used to be that city council approved it. And so obviously council has to approve the operating forecast, or, you know, approve the unaudited. So it would be adjusted at that point if there was a concern.
Okay, so then also that's going in, from what I read on here, I couldn't see it, but I believe it's about $500,000 a year goes into that contingency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I see no more questions. So, in terms of process, then let's do it this way. If we look at, as the treasurer said, if we look at the three in this section, I think that have options. Is there only three in this section that have options? A75, which correlates to A116, A76, which correlates to A94, A77, which correlates to A98. Are there any others? Did I miss any?
Not in this section of low.
Those are the only three in this section. So if we can address this right now and get those ones out for Finance Committee, if we look at A75 in conjunction with A116 and look at those two. So if we have questions right now on A116 as it relates to 75. There are no questions. One question again to Mr. Hawkins. You mentioned earlier that option 2 could create a fire risk, a wildfire risk?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. The between option 1s and option 2s, both in parks and in transportation, as you work through this, it's just the degree of resourcing. So, and again, it was done in the context of individual programming and 5 versus 10% reduction. If you're speaking to A16, that's why we've categorized this as a somewhat higher impact. Not only does it affect the appearance and aesthetic associated with all dry land areas, it does just by virtue of the resourcing and then therefore our ability to respond does increase our fire risk somewhat in that specific area. So that's why this has been categorized as high. It is still very much doable. I wouldn't suggest that the council should not do this, but in the context of our current programming, this would be a fairly significant reduction in service to those dry land areas, if we're speaking to A116.
Thank you. Then that being said, I will move that we recommend to council to accept A75. Seconder?
I'll second that.
Councilor Campbell? Questions? Councilor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, I note on A116 that performance measurement and reporting states that expenditures will be reduced to 20% in this program. Did I miss an explanation as why that would be 20% instead of 10?
I think that it's just a question of the way in which we currently resource it. This is just about the impact to staff, which just has an inherently higher proportionate impact on the high impact, the A116. That's all. There's so many mowers that we have deployed to this, folks, and so it's just a question of moving to a further reduction just in results in somewhat higher impact. It's hard to split this any finer than that at this particular point.
Okay, thank you. I certainly appreciate the additional coming forward when you ask for 5 and 10 and you get 5 and 20. Thank you. I appreciate that. You do state, however, in the proposed implementation strategy, the priority of mowing will be based on fire prevention and safety rather than appearance. Right. Certainly that can be messaged to the community. So while there is an increased risk, the risk is going to be marginal if we are focused on fire prevention and safety rather than appearance. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to City Manager Designate, I'm assuming Mr. Hawkins. What is the revenue decrease or increase associated with this? Maybe it's in there and I just couldn't see it. It's a revenue increase, 2,500, and I think with A116 it was 5,000.
I'll have to defer to the treasurer on that. I believe that may be a charge back or to an interdepartmental charge, but I'll defer to the city treasurer.
Councilor Carlson, I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to just double check.
Okay, thank you. So it wasn't just me that couldn't figure that out. Thank you. And further on this, how noticeable in the community, and I just want to highlight this for anyone listening in, earlier when we got hit by COVID, council on one day approved reduction in staffing. And the very next day, we were all complaining about how, oh no, there was mowing needed to be done. And so how noticeable is this going to be in community? And just so if we move forward with this, so there's no doubt in people's mind what we may expect to see.
So it would be safe to say that 2020 summer season with respect to parks maintenance activities, in particular mowing, is what's reflected in option 1 on an ongoing basis. So what you saw in 2020 and what we experienced in terms of some of the community concerns about the frequency of mowing is reflected in that reduced activity because of the way in which we reduced deployment in 2020. So 2020's experience is reflected in the option 1s, and so that's the level of service that this would suggest that we reduce to or change to on a go-forward basis, and then these sheets reflect that reduced service in terms of expenses.
And thank you. And that's an option that's reflected in most of these option 1s that we're seeing in, say, in park.
That's correct. Option 1 is very much a COVID experience in terms of how we deployed, and that would be what the community would experience going forward.
Okay, thank you. And so in option 2s, I'm assuming it's going to be, I don't want to say worse, but appearance-wise, more noticeable. I'll put it that way.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have no more questions. Any debate? There is no debate. I'll close by saying that I think it's important to adopt option, the first option, A75. There are many areas in the city that have natural grasslands, and although Mr. Hawkins said that we would prioritize it by fire hazard, if we have another spring like we did last year where we had it was very wet and we had lots of growth, and Mr. Hawkins knows the pictures I sent him of 4, 5, 6 foot high weeds in the river valley, and 4 feet of prairie grass. That would suck up that budget in an awful hurry. So I think it's more prudent for us to accept A75, just in case. I'll call for the question. Anyone opposed? There's none opposed. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. A76, which is connected to A94. I have to find that.
So maybe I can just to help council, both for this particular one, the A76 surface repairs and boulevard work, and A94, and then as well A77 and A98. There is we do reflect in options 2 a slightly higher reduction and a resultant modest service impact as well. But I would suggest that to help council, there is aside from the expense reduction in terms of service level impact, low versus medium, that in these 2 instances that's fairly insignificant. So if council desires to actually implement the option 2 in this instance, I think that we can manage that and the resultant service level impact on a go-forward basis if that's what council's will is.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Hawkins. I would move that Finance Committee recommend to council adoption of A94. Seconded by Councillor Campbell. Questions? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think Councillor Croson was in line before me.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, what, if any, safety concerns might be connected with this decision?
In terms of service repairs, I think, again, the delay associated with service repairs does result in unfinished boulevard work, for instance. What we would make sure that we do is we mark those sites and in recognition that there may be a lengthier period to respond in the form of signage and safety cones and those kinds of things. So we do recognize there is an slightly inherently higher risk to the public when there's an unfinished boulevard work, but we would take the appropriate health and safety measures to advise folks to be aware of those areas, so to protect the public safety.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, I note in the background that we do some of this work on private property as well. Is this chargeback work, or is this work that it just extends into private property and requires us to be there?
There is some, there typically isn't a chargeback. If we create the disturbance as a result of our work, then that's the Parks Department's obligation to make the fix.
Okay, thank you. When we're doing the curb and sidewalk replacement programs, are our staff are doing that, or is that contracted out work?
Actually, for the most part, it's contract operations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to, sorry, probably just Mr. Hawkins, I guess, through the city manager. Further to that, the curb cut sidewalk replacements. This will limit the amount of work we can do on private property. Will we also be reducing our sidewalk replacements, our curb cuts, etc.?
There is, when you get to, there is a specific reduction initiative.
Sorry, Councillor Carlson, this has nothing to do with that.
Well, no, because they're tied, Deputy Mayor. If you reduce one without reducing the other, maybe I'm the only one that saw that. Never mind. Withdraw my question.
Councillor Kaufman.
Actually, I am now actually curious as to how Councillor Carlson is seeing that link. I would respectfully request that he address that. I recognize you said no, Mr. Chair, but I'm just curious as to how he's seeing that relationship.
Understandably, they're saying that the work that's being done by the city for repairs and construction will be dealt with when they can. Well, I'm not saying when they can get to it, but when it can be scheduled. Is that not correct?
This is the parks activity specifically that's addressed here, which is really specific to the boulevard restoration, seeding and sodding, and those trench repairs in that regard. The resultant work associated with any sidewalk removals or curb cuts shows up in a different resolution or a reduction initiative under the transportation category. So there is that linkage, but this is a specific grouping of work specific to the parks activity.
Remember, this one is for repairs and restoration on boulevards and private property following repair work. Not for new sidewalks. Any more questions? There being none, any debate? There's no debate. I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed to A76, or sorry, A94? There are none. That carries unanimously. Next one is A77, which is connected to A98. The distinction again between these two is a reduction from A77 is 5% and A98's a reduction of 10%. I would move that Finance Committee recommends A98 to City Council for approval. Questions? Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we're looking at something that has events, special events, and in 2021, we're still not sure if we'll be having special events. So I'm curious, how many of these events ran in 2020, and what is our projection whether they will run or not in 2021? If someone could answer that, or if they have speculation on that.
Would have to probably get back to you on that one.
Okay.
I
So
think
we're-
maybe I'll just chime in to Councillor Croson. There is an assumption here that 2021 and 2022 return to somewhat back to normal in terms of previous, like pre-pandemic activity here. So that the reductions associated with these A98 is in support of a more typical year. It would be safe to say that there was a significant drop-off, total drop-off in many regards in terms of special events in 2020. It's not that, this is not indicative of an ongoing 2020 experience, at least in the context of this assessment at this point.
So to follow up on that, if 2021 does unfortunately turn out more like 2020, we could have greater savings in this area than we anticipate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Interdepartmental transfer. Interdepartmental charge rates will increase beyond cost recovery. What percentage of this is interdepartmental transfer?
So
And
sorry.
no, go ahead.
Councillor Kaufman, I believe this relates to charges to self-funded departments that have events going on, like, for example, Lethbridge Land and different things like that. And so this is just in terms of a small portion of revenue that's recovered for events that relate to self-funded departments.
Thank you. I guess just if the proposed implementation strategy description is correct, interdepartmental charge rates will increase beyond cost recovery. So sort of two questions, well, I recognize it'll be small. It's obviously larger than what we're able to recover, which leads to kind of the fundamental question of the interdepartmental charge rates. I think council had that question or had that conversation last term, but maybe for future conversation, we need to be looking at this concept of interdepartmental charge rates again, because I'm not sure how much it's actually impacting, budgets and programming and things of that nature. So I'm seeing it on here as actually increasing beyond recovery. So I'm just wondering what percentage within this one. My mind is running into a processing loop here, so I maybe need to just back out of that. Second question to Mr. Hawkins. Under performance measurement reporting, you've simply identified budget expenditures that will be reduced by 10%. Is there nobody be monitoring any issues or challenges that rise from reduced service, post-event cleanup from that, public complaints, maybe how the public can step up or take part in greater post-event maintenance, things of that nature, or post-event cleanup care, things of that nature? Like, is there nothing beyond just monitoring to make sure it's a 10% reduction?
Oh, you're correct, Councillor Kaufman. There's no question we'll look at sort of the lag, the amount of time it takes to in fact complete the activities associated with the support, public event support. There'll definitely be communications with the various public users of these, of the sponsors of these events, and to what extent we'll need to sort of delegate responsibility for certain things in recognition of our ability to respond in our normal fashion. So you're correct. There will be some other measures and monitoring undertaken beyond just monitoring the actual budget line.
Thank you. And maybe just on that point to the city manager, we go through these processes of budget reductions, budget increases, things like that, and then we get into the whole performance measurement and reporting back. Is there an intent? This will probably be for the next city council, but perhaps at the start of 2022, to have any sort of reporting back on the 2021 impact of these changes that we're proposing here, or even a report to council prior to next operating budget deliberations.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, I think it would be, in my mind, and I open this to my colleagues, and maybe this is a motion we deal with at a council meeting in the future, but I think it would be important for us to, or for the council of the day to at least review the decisions that have been made here to see if there are the necessity for adjustments going into the next budget cycle. So thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Follow up on that. Are the picnic shelters owned by Facility Services but run by the parks? Is that where the interdepartmental thing comes in? Because the parks looks after them, but they're actually a part of facility?
Yeah, that's correct. The charge relates to, so Parks maintains and cleans up and does the necessary kind of maintenance related to the event, and it's either coordinated through Rec and Culture, to, like as an event organizer goes to Rec and Culture to coordinate the event, and Parks maintains and cleans up and does that piece of it. And
Those
so,
are the charge, the interdepartmental.
yeah, those are the charges that are going to the event organizer.
And Mr. Hawkins, is it a requirement for renters of our picnic shelters to clean up after themselves right now?
Yeah, it depends. It varies. But that is a typical model as well. Some of the events require the users to actually do a certain amount of setup and take down themselves, and each booking is looked at slightly different depending on the activity. But yeah, typically there is a shared responsibility in terms of the
Right, so if they don't clean up to a certain standard, we can do a surcharge for cleaning?
Precisely.
And there's nothing in here about increasing the rental fee.
No, not at this time.
That's not under consideration at this time?
Not at this time, no.
That would sure pay for things.
Actually, under A98 is.
It's what?
Under A98, it says rental rates for picnic shelters will need to increase.
Oh, yeah, it did, sorry, in this one.
That isn't reflected in this sheet itself, though, at this particular point.
Okay, thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Just further to that, so it's not reflected in here, but then that may come forward. And so if this is supported, there's the possibility that the rates will just increase then. Is that from what I'm reading here?
That is a possibility. That isn't how this is currently structured, though. This is just the expenses associated with the sport on behalf from the Parks Department at this particular point. I think given COVID and given sort of our response to in 2021, it would not necessarily be our intention to raise fees in the short term. That would be, I think that's the current position of the administration at this point.
Thank you. Also, what is and sorry if this has been answered already, the balance forward from 18-19 in this budget cycle? Do we have a balance forward on this? Probably a
On
question
this
for Ms.
specific initiative, Councillor Hagan, I'm not sure I understand your question.
On the events, on this initiative, there must be funding if we've got a reduction here of the 10%. What amount actually is budgeted for this service?
I'll have to get you that amount. It would be within the parks parks budget variance, but I would have to get you the specific amount that this is being reduced by. I'm not sure what that is.
So we don't have a budget item exactly for just this item, is what you're saying?
I'm just not sure what the amount is. I just have to check that.
Okay. Also, further to what Councillor Miyashiro had mentioned regarding chargebacks, I know I've been with many organizations that have rented these facilities, and it's pretty clear that if you don't leave it the way that you find it, that you would be charged back. And so I'm just curious about if we have done that, or if that's just a threat that is out there, I suppose. But I'll wait to hear back about the 18-19 amounts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Croson?
Yes, my hand went down. There's nothing right now. Thank you.
You're still up on here. Thank you. And Councillor Croson, you're right. It showed a slight revenue increase from 77 to 98 of $2,000, which is pretty minimal in this case. Councillor Hagan, your question was about what was the carry forward from
1920,
okay.
yeah. 1920, sorry, I said 18-19, it's 1920.
Right.
And the reason I asked that, I guess, while it's being looked into is if there's revenue coming forward and nothing was, or minimal was rentals in 2020, could we just not go with what is happening in 21 and 22? They're already allocated budgets. And so I'm just looking at what amount was unspent in that 19 and 20 year. And that's my curiosity. I know it's a small amount, but it's if it's 10% and it's 10,000, is it 100,000 that goes into this? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, I don't have that. I would need to look into that. So I'm not sure if you want to just wait and come back to that, or how we want to address that, but that would take me some time to pull that information.
Will that make a difference on your deliberation of this, Councillor or Acting Mayor?
Well, I guess if I don't have it, I guess in debate I would not support it until I had the information, but that's fine. It depends on the rest of council.
Would you like to take a break now till 10:45 to allow finance to get the information, and then we can do our vote on it afterwards? Is everyone okay with that? That being so, we'll recess till 10:45. Thank you. please. And going back to our discussion and questions on A98, Ms. Pinkston has an answer for Acting Mayor Higgin.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Higgin. Just pulled some information related to the public event support. So the total net budget is $81,000. There's a recovery of revenue of roughly 50.8 thousand, and then 137 in expenditures for a net budget of 81,000. And in the last couple of years, so they're proposing to reduce that budget by half, approximately. And so as part of that, they were intending to increase the recovery, because that's currently only roughly 60%. And so that is a flow through Rec and Culture to the event organizer, and they're proposing to increase that recovery based on the 10% revenue increase. So the surpluses in the last couple of years, well, this year it's almost 100% of the net. Obviously, due to COVID, there's not a lot of events going on. The previous year, the surplus was roughly 67,000. However, the overall budget for parks is roughly 5,000. So they would have had to have used that surplus for other kind of program areas as an overall department surplus. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, it does, and I appreciate that, because at the bottom it says budget expenditure reduced by 10%, but what I'm understanding is actually over the whole thing should be about 50% then, is that correct from what I heard?
So this was part of the exercise to reduce the overall budget by 5 and 10%, and this is a contribution to that. So the narrative of budget expenditure will reduce by is for the whole Parks Department.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and thank you for doing that for me. I apologize for tasking you with that.
Are there further questions for A98? I see none. Is there any debate? I see none. I will call for the vote on A98. Is there any opposed? There are none. That passes unanimously. Now we need to go back to A79, sorry. Now, do we have amendments to any of the other ones, A79 through A87? There are none.
Through A86, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, through A86. I keep saying that.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. 87 is corporate contingencies. It was removal of 88. Sorry. I'll remute. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say? I wasn't listening. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. On A84, can someone just talk me through on-call emergency response versus animal control officer on duty, how that's going to impact service to the community?
Sure. So currently we have a contract with SPD out of Coaldale to provide the animal services on our stat holidays. Now, if this initiative was accepted, that contract would be discontinued, and we would only see an emergent call out. Now, typically what's happening is we're seeing on any stat at any given time approximately 10 calls per day. Of those, 1 or 2 of those tend to be of emergent, would be an emergent animal type event. So those would still be responded to. It would just be the routine ones that would not be.
Thank you, Mr. Adaro. I appreciate that. Pardon me. Can you explain to me the difference between non-emergency and emergency?
a non-emergent would be an aggressive dog, something along those lines, and a regular event would be like a barking dog type complaint.
Okay, what about a found animal? This happens quite often. These are calls I get when there's been an animal running in the street. They've called animal control, and there's like no officers on duty, and so the homeowner is keeping it in their house or dumping it at the Humane Society if they can, or something like that. Would those still be responded to?
Those would, my understanding, those would not be responded to it. If it was just, they would be responded to the next day. Now,
Okay.
if you had them in your house, things like that, but yeah, that wouldn't be classified as an emergent event.
Okay, thank you.
Q. Is there any, are there any other questions for 79 through 80? What number now? 88, sorry, 88.
Deputy Mayor, and that's not inclusive of A85 since we've already voted on that?
That's correct. Any other questions, any debate? I will move that we accept.
Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
Councillor
Deputy
Kaufman.
Mayor, again,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's to 887, correct? I had identified earlier A88 is Lethbridge Transit, as is A89, so trying to keep them together in conversation instead of breaking them into two.
Said we would bunch that with the other transit ones. Yeah, you're correct, sorry. I just didn't have it marked down correctly on my page.
Nope, that's quite all right. A lot of
So,
moving
yeah,
parts.
we're
Thank
looking
you.
at 79 through 87, unless 85. All right, then if there's no more debate, so the motion will be that Finance Committee recommends to City Council to accept initiatives A79 through A87, with the exception of A85, which has been dealt with previously. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Campbell. Questions to Councillor Carlson?
Yeah, I'd like to
Oh,
remove
hang on.
A8.
City Treasurer has a comment.
I'm just wondering about A78. I believe it should be A78 to A87.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We can make that change right now. A78, is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My question is on A84. I'm not wanting to support that initiative. How do we do that in an omnibus like this? Do I vote against the entire package or do I remove it?
I think you make amendment to pull that out.
Okay, motion to remove that one from the omnibus package, please. Voted on separately.
A84, Councillor Carlson is, his amendment is to remove A84 from this block. We have a second. Councillor, or Mayor Spearman. Questions? Councillor Carlson, do you have anything else? There's no questions, any debate? There are no debate. Councillor Carlson, would you like to close?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Are there any opposed to this? There are none. That amendment passes unanimously. A84 will be removed. Further questions to now, it's A78 through 87, less 85 and 84. There are no questions. Debate? There, sorry. Did we have, Councillor Campbell seconded this motion. Okay, they have it, thank you. We'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the resolution? There are none. That passes unanimously. Moving on. I think you just pulled that right out of here. Do we have to accept it or not accept it? No, he doesn't want to talk about it at all. He just wants it out. Can we do that? We should do that instead, okay. Procedurally, he's just pulling it right out. We're not even deliberating. And so it's out. Because if there's no one gonna sponsor moving it forward, then it's done. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There were some large numbers in that we just passed. So I was thinking, would it be possible for us to see our scoreboard to see how things have changed with what we have achieved so far this morning?
Thank you. You read my mind.
Oh, darn.
Based on the lows that were currently approved, there is approximately a 0.59% tax increase in 2021.
Any questions for City Treasurer? There being none, we will now move on to Lethbridge Police Service, A50 to A66, with the exception of A52, A55, and A66. There's been a discussion amongst, Councillor Campbell?
I just want a quick question. Are we going to just drop A84?
Yeah, no one's moving that, so it's out.
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, the discussion was that the police service allocates the money within their own budget according to their needs and not necessarily what council has asked them to do unless it's specific, that requires specific reporting. And that being said, we look at all the different initiatives that we have before us. I would make a motion that Finance Committee recommend to City Council to reduce the Lethbridge Police Service budget by $1 million. Do I have a second?
Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman, thank you. Questions? Councillor Croson, are you still in? Where'd she go?
I'm here, but my hand is down at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to City Treasurer or City Manager, $1 million reduction represent what percentage? Knowing we're trying to hit a 5 to 10% target, $1 million would represent what percentage of the overall police budget? And further to that, because I'm sure you're checking numbers, what reduction would be required to hit a 5% reduction? Am I to assume we're just pausing for that information?
Yeah, sorry, city treasurer's looking that up right now.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we've got a little petit pause here, can I ask Councillor Carlson a question?
Feel free.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson, you've given your experience with FCSS. Crime prevention programming. Do we have, in your experience, have we had organizations or agencies in this community that have applied for FCSS funding, as that is, I believe, one of the components that's acceptable funding source?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to rephrase that.
In your experience in dealing with FCSS and FCSS programming in the community, do you recall there being agencies, local agencies that have made application for FCSS funding in the area of crime prevention?
I don't offhand recall any. Some that may have would have been after we dissolved, at least to the best of my knowledge, after we dissolved the Community and Social Development Committee. And I'm not sure, or there are organizations such as, there are organizations in town that do public safety work. They may have applied for FCSS. I'm not sure that actually they would be eligible. It is for preventative social services, and there could be an argument made that that could be funding applied, but I don't recall ever seeing an application or one being accepted.
Yeah, and my understanding is that crime prevention has been the purview of the police service.
And one of the regulations in FCSS does state that if another ministry has jurisdiction, which would be Solgen or Justice, that FCSS dollars cannot be allocated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
No, I appreciate the question. I haven't been in the FCSS world for a couple of years now, and so it was rusty knowledge I was trying to draw on, so thank you.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, I have the information if that's all right to proceed. Councillor Carlson, so the 5% of the police expenditures is approximately $2 million. So if council wanted to reduce their budget by half, that would be obviously half of that.
Thank you. And is that the total budget, or is that the tax supported portion, which is what I was hoping?
So net a $1 million reduction of their, like, the tax contribution is roughly 2.75%. The one thing that I haven't calculated, this is based on their current budget, so that does not include the 3 initiatives that were conditionally funded in 2021 and 2022. I would just need a bit more time to do that calculation.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Banks. And rough ballparks were all I was asking for. So Councillor Miyashiro's motion would be approximately a 2.75% reduction. So about half what we've asked everyone else to achieve.
So we calculated the 5 and 10% based on expenditures. The 2.75% is based on net after we reduce their revenue.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. Are you finished?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, well, I was finished, but I do actually, now that I see the motion in the little box on my screen, reducing Lethbridge Police Service budget by $1 million. I'd like to propose a motion or an amendment to this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Further be it resolved that the $1 million be reallocated to crime prevention or applicable social services in our community.
It's not really a cost saving for us for this exercise, though, is it?
I recognize that. If you need a seconder for that, you might want to get that first, and then I'll answer your question.
Do you have a seconder for that? We do not.
I would second if it was only the amount above what we need to get to 0%. So if it was 200,000, I would second, but not the full million.
So we can make that adjustment as well. So if you want to second this and then amend the amendment, that's fine.
I can do that.
All right, seconded by Councillor Croson. Further be it resolved that the $1 million removed from the police service budget be reallocated to crime prevention services for our community. Questions on the amendment? Acting Mayor Hagan, I still have you in the queue for the main motion. Mayor Spearman?
I believe that the Alberta Solicitor General is on public record as saying any council that reduces police budgets and transfers the funds into social service supports will have the equivalent amount reduced from municipal funding from the province.
He has said that's a possibility, yes.
Just to be aware of that.
Any questions? Councillor Carlson, you have a question?
Sorry, I just thought Councillor Croson was amending the amendment, but I'm not sure.
I did make a recommendation to amend the amendment.
Okay, go ahead with that again.
The amendment is to only have whatever is above the 0% go to crime prevention. Above what is needed to get the 0% tax increase.
So we're dealing with one. Yours is the main motion.
She's amending to this amendment. So Kaufman's amending that the $1 million goes to community services. She's saying, no, not $1 million, whatever amount takes us to the 0 is what she wants to put into here. So if it's 1,000 or 2,000 or 500,000.
So a point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. Sorry, one moment. I'm having discussion with the city clerk about process. Just give us a second. Thank you for your patience. So in discussion with the city clerk is that we'll deal with Councillor Kaufman's amendment first, and then if it passes, then Councillor Croson can further amend the amendment. We can't have a little daisy chain of amendments because we have to.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, which is why I was going to recommend that if no one was going to second Councillor Kaufman's amendment, it would have just failed, and then Councillor Croson could have made her amendment.
That's a moot point now because she did.
Yeah.
But thank you. Thank you for
at your
that.
request.
Thank you for that. All right. Further questions on the amendment? I have Councillor Kaufman. Do you have a question on the amendment?
No, Councillor Hagan has risen on a point of order, which takes precedence.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Acting Mayor Hagan, you raised the point of order?
Yes, the point of order was we're to vote on this first, and then if there's an additional amendment, is my understanding, please help me understand this if I'm wrong, that we would go on Councillor Crozen's additional amendment. But we are just voting currently, if I understand correctly, on the motion that is in front of us at the moment, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you. I just, to the mover, on the amendment, just, I want to understand when you say reallocated to crime prevention, is there like that's, to me, that seems like a broad area. Is there, what specifically parts of crime prevention are you looking at? Like,
sorry, go ahead.
no, that's kind of the question.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you for the question. It's broad. It's broad for a reason, because we need brighter minds than mine need the ability to target the resources to our community as to where those resources need to go. I don't want to be specific that it goes to X, Y, or Z. I think it needs to be broad. Needs to be broad so that we know exactly what we can be dealing with.
Thank you.
A question.
I have a. Oh, sorry.
Is to the mover, is the watch not a crime prevention initiative? I guess the reason I'm asking that question is so if we take money out of the police budget and then we discover that one of our biggest crime prevention initiatives is the watch, does that mean we refund the watch?
So here is the fun. Thank you for the question. Here's the fun of what we're doing here. We have appointed a police commission to make leadership decisions regarding policy and budget allocation for the police department.
Right.
All we can do is give them an envelope. I would certainly hope, given some of the bright minds we have on the commission, that there be a recognition that a program like the Watch would be continued. Acknowledging resources are finite, but I'm looking at more of an approach towards supports in the community through social service agencies. The Watch is paramilitary. I'm talking about the human service side of crime prevention here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
My hand has not been raised. I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Higgin, Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Thank you. I've just further to what Councillor Campbell had asked, wondering what the crime prevention strategies we're talking about. For one thing, who provides crime prevention besides the police? When I look at this, they are the crime prevention. So I'm just curious to know, we don't even have I guess a business plan for this. We're grabbing money, and so my question is, crime prevent. I guess my question was, let's put it this way here to the mover. Who is this? This is going to go to the, as you mentioned, an envelope of funding that goes to the police. So the commission will decide on this initiative of $1 million, or are you thinking someone else? And I just don't see anything there. So it's just allocated to crime prevention, to the applicable social services in our community. Who is to do that?
Thank you. By removing it from the police budget, it would be the city organization that would, through I guess through CWSS, would actually be applying this into the community. And you're correct; it should actually say crime prevention supports, as opposed to just the general crime prevention.
And my next question: have you discussed this with the CWSS group? Do we know if that's something that it's just kind of over the wall, and so I'm just curious to know if you've got any more information on that.
No, none. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. So I want to be clear on this, Councillor Coffin. This motion isn't this motion now telling the commission what to do with their budget and how they spend it?
Sorry, thank you. No, because again, this is about taking this money and the city of Lethbridge actually being responsible for ensuring that this money goes to the appropriate or the applicable agencies. We have sort of two philosophical issues going here, one being a reduction to police services, which I think members of council are all in agreement through the tax benefit of that. However, it's not just about cutting out funding from the police. It's about ensuring that the funding is actually still being spent in our community to go to programs that will help reduce crime. Okay. So this is about the money coming out of the police budget, but not going to the benefit of taxation, instead going back into the community to help reduce crime through prevention. So this supports the help get people off of or keep people out of the criminal justice system.
Right. So thank you. And so just to follow up, so is this similar to what the city of Calgary is doing or recommending with their police service?
I think their conversation has gone much deeper than what we're doing here, but absolutely, it's along that line.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Coffin, question for you regarding what you just said about the money would go to CSD and they would figure out how best to allocate this through community consultation or service provider discussions. Is that kind of the thought to this?
Yes, that's the thought behind that.
Right, and if they decided they needed more money for crisis outreach, in addition to crime reduction initiatives or crime prevention, would that need to come back to council for approval?
Well, I believe if they were looking for any additional funding for their budget, it would have to come back to council, unless there's the ability to reallocate internally.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, it's Joel. Point of order.
Go, Councillor Morrow, go ahead.
Thanks for that. As I'm listening to this, and I appreciate and understand what Councillor Kaufman is attempting to do, but I think this is totally different, and it's a mixed message in the original resolution. I would suggest that at the end of the process, if any member of council wishes to allocate funds that we have saved or from wherever we want to create or distribute elsewhere, I think that's the time that should be done, because we're trying to save money, and every member of council can now take money that we're saving and put in an amendment to allocate it elsewhere. So I kind of think this is a little bit out of line, and in my mind, the amendment kind of goes against the original resolution and should not be in there at all. Just my opinion on process and procedure.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow. And now that it's been presented and seconded, Finance Committee has the option to not vote for it. Further questions for the mover? I see none. Debate?
Councillor Hagan's hand has been up, and I just saw Councillor Parker's hand go up.
Councillor Parker.
Are we just voting on the amendment right now? Am I correct on that?
It's correct.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan. Oh, sorry, hands not up. Okay. There's no debate showing. Councillor Kaufman, would you like to close?
Call the question.
Call the question. Are there any opposed?
Yes.
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 You roll call, please.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed?
Counselor Campbell,
Opposed?
Counselor Carlson,
Opposed.
Counselor Kaufman.
In favor.
That's lost 7-2.
Thank you. Back to the original motion. That Finance Committee recommend the council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by reducing Leopard Police Service budget by $1 million. We were in questions, I believe, when the amendment came through. Mayor Spearman.
I have a question for the city treasurer through the city manager. Currently have to reduce, in order to hit 0.59%, how many dollars are required to do that?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Mayor Spearman, it's approximately $930,000.
930,000 to hit zero. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? There are no questions. I'll move to debate and open it up for debate. One moment, please. No, all the ones for the police, we're grouping them together and just saying we're reducing $1 million. As a block, they decide how they just decide how they want to do it.
Councillor Miyashiro or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Yes, go ahead.
do we not have to put in there what the numbers are on the screen, A50 to A? I'm just, are we going to vote on them separately, or how's that? What are we doing here?
I think how we framed it at the beginning, Acting Mayor, was that the city finances the police service, or council finances the police service in a block, and we really don't have the ability to line item budget for them. The city council gives money or funding to the police commission, who oversees that spending for the police service.
I understand that, but that's why I'm just wondering the A50, those numbers, they should just put in there because we cannot do each one individually.
I understand, so we can get Mr. Wetchison say for whatever the police initiative numbers are, A50 to A66, A52, A55, A66. We'll combine them to a reduction of the police funding by $1 million. So the police can decide how they want to do that. Thank you for that clarification, Acting Mayor.
Just to clarify, this is all the police initiatives from A50 to A66, and we're just reducing by $1 million for all those.
The whole thing.
Thank you.
Debate, Councillor Carlson.
Not a debate. I was wondering if we would entertain a further amendment because we can't control the services or the initiatives that the commission will undertake, but we can request that they inform us on how they're going to implement this budget change. I'm wondering if an amendment that further that the police commission inform council on their implementation strategy with the reduction.
We can
Councillor
ask.
Carlson, may I request that you amend that they actually bring their annual plan to council?
Well, that's sort of where I was going, Councillor Crowson. I know it's been your bugbear for quite some time. So if you have better wording,
That they report back on the reductions through the annual plan presented to the council prior to May 1st.
Ryan's typing really quickly. I will defer my amendment to Councillor Crowson's.
All right, let's get the wording for this amendment. Further be resolved that the police commission report back to city council with their implementation strategy for the reduction prior to May 31st, 2021.
as part of their annual plan report.
as part of their annual plan report. Can you see that, Councillor Croson?
Yes, thank you.
Is that correct?
From what I can see, yes.
Councillor Carlson, are you still the mover?
I will move or second.
Councillor Croson, will you second that?
I will.
Thank you. Questions on the amendment? Councillor Morrow.
No, not on the amendment. Sorry, I have other questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just in terms of the date, the budget actually goes into effect January 1st, 2021. We have them coming forward 6 months after. Is it unreasonable to ask a sooner date than that?
As I've said before, we've been waiting a decade, so pick a date.
Well, I would actually suggest to be no later than maybe, Mr. City Manager, if I could defer to you on a request of this nature. Would February 28th, no later than February 28th, 2021, be too soon? Do they need 2 or 3 months, recognizing they've got the month of December, but do they need 2 or 3 months to sort of get an understanding of what's required?
I think that date would work.
The February 28th?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
I would accept that as a friendly amendment. If that's okay with my seconder.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Question, Mayor Spearman.
I think I'd like to bring a motion to postpone until we've dealt with some other areas. So we're dealing with an amendment. I'm not sure what the right time to do that with, but I think if we reduced or considered reductions in other areas first and then came back to the policing one, I think we'd come up with a more accurate number as to what number we might be seeking from them. So at some point when it's appropriate, I'd like to bring forward a motion to postpone.
Do it right now.
Okay, I will move that we postpone discussions on A50 to A66.
Until after the goldenrod discussion or until the very end of the?
I would say yet until the end. I'd like it to be the last item. Have to make a choice.
Before the airport discussion. Just before the airport discussion.
Before the airport?
Yes.
So that'll be just before the airport discussion. Do I have a seconder for postponement of this item?
I will.
Councillor Campbell? Do we have a debate on postponement?
Yes.
We do? Questions?
I guess question to the mover, Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead.
The reason for postponing, we've already defined a process whereby we can reconsider and revisit motions. So is there a point in postponing if we know that we can make a decision now and revisit it at the end if you so desire?
I think our reconsideration motion was, I think not everybody was happy with passing motions and then reconsidering them, so this postponing it to the end on this one would avoid that.
Point of order. I tried to do this yesterday and it was had to deal with it at the time of them coming up, so I don't know how this is any different.
Voted on it. So we have to vote on this one as well, Acting Mayor. So if this is defeated, then we don't postpone and we continue. Further questions? No questions? Debate?
I think it'll make it a cleaner process, so that's why I ask for council's support.
No one else for debate. I would just say that if we get this big piece out of the way and we can have a fulsome discussion of some of the items left, and as Councillor Carlson said, if we need to reconsider at the end and maybe come back and say, well, maybe there's some things that we can now deal with differently, I think we can do that, so I will be opposed to this. And there are no more in the debate. Mayor Spearman, to close.
I'll just call the question. Thank you.
Call the question. Are there any opposed to this? Yes.
Carlson.
Roll call, please.
Councillor Morrow,
Opposed?
Councillor Parker,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Hagan,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman. In favor. Councillor Campbell,
In favor?
Councillor Carlson,
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman,
Opposed?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
That's lost 7-2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to our amendment, please. The amendment continues to read, further be resolved that the police commission report back to City Council with their implementation strategy for the $1 million reduction prior to February 28th, 2021 as part of the annual plan report. Councillor Morrow. Question?
I'm sorry, we're talking about the amendment still, Deputy Mayor?
The amendment.
Yeah, no, my question's on the whole
On
thing.
the main one, okay. I've
Yeah,
got you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the amendment? There are none.
Just a quick, I'm sorry, just so for my own, in my own mind, if you don't mind, just the budget, I mean, I'm concerned about things like the watch CPOs and their PACT initiatives that they have, which end at the end of December. Am I correct with that? And will that impact if we, if we're going to the February 28th date? That's just my concern.
So the Watch Pact and CPO program initiatives are conditionally approved for 2021 and 2022. So City Council and Finance Committee would need to bring forward a resolution to confirm the continuation of those programs. It is already in the budget, so it would not affect the numbers on the screen. How it connects to this is that the Police Commission would take into account the reduction amount and consider which programs would be adjusted to achieve that target. And so it really, City Council can only can approve the bucket of funding, but they don't necessarily, it's audit committee that is appointed to determine how those services are provided to the community.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Further questions? There are none. Debate?
I'll open.
Pardon?
I could open, Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do appreciate the work that the commission did in providing council with options. But as we know, it isn't council that directs the commission. Council provides the funding source. So the figure that Deputy Mayor Miyashiro put forward, I think is much less than the options that commission gave us. But I think council would like to be kept in the loop. And that's what the amendment really says is we appreciate that you gave us a lot of options. We know that you're in charge, but please keep us informed and report back to us. So that's what the amendment really is asking for.
Thank you. Further debate? There's none. Are there any councillors opposed to this?
Opposed? Aye.
Councillor Hagan, do a roll call, please.
Counselor Parker,
In favor.
Counselor, or Acting Mayor Hagan, sorry,
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor.
Counselor Campbell,
Favor?
Carlson,
In favor.
Counselor Kaufman,
In favor?
Counselor Croson,
In favor.
and Counselor Morrow.
Opposed?
Carried 7-2.
Mine is $1 million.
For what year? For both years?
2020, you said 2019. Oh, shit.
Your mic is live, Deputy
Yeah,
Mayor.
sorry. I mean, thank you for that. That's not bad. That's only the first time in whatever day it is today. In the original motion, we say that we're amending the 2019-2022 operating budget by reducing the police budget by $1 million. That would be for both remaining years of the budget. That's for 21 and 22.
So $1 million for 21 and 22. It's not $1 million for both years. It is? It is for each year, so would it be 2 million total?
Oh, no, sorry, million total. Yeah.
Million total for both years.
Is that how that reads?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, that would be a $1 million reduction in 2021, and that would carry on in 2022. So ongoing, it's a $1 million reduction to their total budget.
Yeah, thank you. All right, back to the main motion as amended. I'll read it another time, that the Finance Committee recommend the City Council amend the 2019 to 2022 operating budget by reducing the Lethbridge Police Service budget by $1 million, and further be a resolve that the Police Commission report back to City Council with their implementation strategy for the $1 million reduction prior to February 28th, 2021 as part of their annual plan report. Questions? Councilor Morrow, you had something and you were waiting patiently for this. Did you?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we are referring to the white sheets A50 to A66, and there's many savings in these pages. My question is, who came up with these savings? What I'm looking for did this come from the Lethbridge Police Service themselves, or did this come from administration thinking this is the best way to save money?
LPS through the commission.
So to be clear, the commission understood their task, and this is what they came forward with, is these 16 pages of reductions. Is that correct?
That's correct. In response to the 5%, 10% direction, yes.
Okay, so if I add this up, in my mind, I quickly tried to add these pages up, and City Treasurer, you can vouch if I'm wrong here. These reductions totaled approximately $4 million, which would equate, in my mind, if my numbers are correct, to a 10% reduction in their total budget. Is that correct?
Councilor Morrow, yes, that's correct.
So their budget is 40 million. These pages add up to roughly 40 million, which is 10%. I guess my question to the two members on the police commission, were these projects, these reductions, brought forward to the commission and approved by the commission?
I can answer that, Councillor Moore. There was a discussion. The chief came forward and presented to council here a it's all blending here, sorry, beginning this week, and in addition to that, a couple of weeks back, if I'm not mistaken, and was asked to do this exercise of a 5 to 10% cut. Now, they did not recommend a 5 to 10% cut because the services were needed and would be extremely difficult to continue the emergency services in the way that they have planned to serve the community. And so for that reason, Commission is also not in favor, and Mayor Spearman, you made me add to this, of the reduction, but went through the exercise because it was asked of them.
There was a meeting specific to submitting the budget, and this information was shared with the Police Commission.
Okay, so if I go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Morrow. So Mayor Spearman, was it your understanding from the meeting that they were in support of this then?
They weren't recommending it, but the information was shared. So
thank you. That's important to know that they did not recommend it, but the information was shared. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at, and I need help with this. What I'm hearing a couple things, is that they just did this just to go through the process, just like everybody else, but really they don't support any of these reductions. Is that what I heard you say, Councillor Higgin?
That is correct, Councillor Morrow.
Okay, so to the city manager or the city treasurer, most every other, if not all, have complied, and have dealt with the 5 to 10% reduction. Why would we not? Why are we holding the police service to the same reductions as we are to everybody else in the corporation?
Councillor Morrow, I would refer that question to your colleagues.
Okay. I'll hop out.
So Councillor Morrow, I am fully aware when I put the resolution in what the police reductions were in those initiatives, and I put this number in, and I thought it was a fair number. So if you'd like to change it to whatever number you like, you're well within your rights to do so.
I'll hop out for now. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin?
No, I am good right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just, I think it's fair to state in response to the city managers throwing it back in our court that all of the city departments and our boards and commissions came forward with possibilities. But I think we've heard from most of them, they're not happy about it. But I think they did their job, they did their work, and they've given council the options, knowing that we are in challenging times. And so I know that, yeah, we're not going to get a glowing letter of support from the commission that, yay, please do this. But I think they did the work, and they've put the choices in front of council.
Mayor Spearman.
thank you. I think one of the interesting documents was the projection of expenses to the end of the year and the explanations for the variances that was produced by our city treasurer. And we saw that the police budget was significantly underspent, and I asked some questions about that. And in order to use up the budget, some new initiatives had been developed, such as body cameras, over $200,000. So I think we're aware in the past that when the police budget has been underspent, suddenly there have been some significant expenditures on things that previously weren't budgeted. So I agree that police services should be subject to the same scrutiny as all other departments. And it would be unfortunate, that might not be the right word, but that we need to make sure that every dollar, regardless of the area where it's spent, receives the same scrutiny. and that departments are challenged to achieve efficiencies and savings where possible. Police funding is a sensitive area, and we definitely have challenges in our city with respect to crime. But if we're carrying surpluses and putting them on, spending the money on unbudgeted items, then that tells me that probably the funding could be managed better than it has been. And having some form of reduction may not be that great a challenge. So that's the concern I have. I think when we're sending $38 million, or over 20% of our budget, to one area, that area deserves the same scrutiny as other departments in the city.
Is there any further debate? I see none. Oh, Councillor Morrow.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm sorry, I have further questions, and I'm going to address these to. I'm looking for help from our two members on the commission. I too agree with what the mayor just said. You know, everybody needs to be treated equally. We've asked everybody to do it. They've come back with $4 million, which we've heard from both members of the commission that they don't like it. And as Councillor Carlson identified, no one likes to cut. But unfortunately, and neither do we as council, but unfortunately, we're doing it. So my questions are to my two colleagues on the commission. If we were to ask the police, well, not ask, instruct the police by taking a 5% cut based on my math and confirmed by the city treasurer, that would be approximately $2 million. So to the best of your knowledge and your time on the commission, would this significantly affect policing in our community? I need some comfort from you two, because you two know the goings on in what's happening with our police service.
My answer is yes, it would. I don't think that 5% is the right number. That $2 million, I think there would be challenges with that. I think if we're talking a number like $2 million with a service that is heavily people-oriented, in other words, there's a huge HR component to that in terms of staffing in various ways. Certainly, there would be an impact. So my answer is 5% would be excessive.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, okay, go ahead, Councillor Hagan.
Sorry, to add to that, to Councillor Moore, and thank you for that question. It's my opinion it would absolutely affect the service. As we know, about 85% is personnel. And if there's reductions, it comes from the personnel. We know what we've got going on in our community right now. We've got COVID, we've got drug overdose, we've got so many concerns throughout our community right now that if there's reductions, it comes from staffing. We've already asked the chief last week if they are okay with a 0% increase. So although we've got all of these additional concerns in our community, they are still doing with what the funding that they have, and there was no additional asks to that, and they're able to still try to make that work. But we're going to make it that much harder for them to do their duties if we take an additional, or not an additional, but if we reduce this by $1 million. Yes, absolutely, it would affect.
Okay, and my further question then, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. In your debate earlier, did you not say that there was surpluses in the police budget, that they were trying to find ways to spend that surplus? And I want to make sure I understood you correctly, because the message that I got was that there's surpluses and they're just spending it on other stuff where they could be focusing and putting that surplus to much more needed services to the community. Did I hear you correctly? And is that true?
Not correctly, but
Okay.
what was identified, and everybody can read it in the report prepared by the Secretary Treasurer, that the funding was not completely spent and that there was a surplus in police services. And then they listed some things that they would spend the money on. And these are things that we haven't had regular discussion at the Police Commission about, things like body cameras. So I use that as an example. So sometimes when there's a surplus money, and I'm not blaming the current police management, I think it's happened in the past, there have been things purchased which raised eyebrows that people weren't aware of, and surplus funds were used up. So I'm suggesting there's a possibility that there might be more funds available, and we want to make sure we hold every department to the same standard, that we manage all departments tightly, including the police.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you for that. Thank you
To
for
add
that.
to that, if I could,
Yeah.
I just wanted to say this is a 4-year budget. Let us not forget that. It's a 4-year budget. If there's surpluses in the first 2 years, we've already heard as well, Mayor Spearman, you and I heard through commission, these could be used in the other years. It is a 4-year budget. We've been dealing with this through any of other departments within the city. And so if it's not spent on that year and it's put forward for something else, then that's what it will be. And be very honestly, in the readings here, you brought up body cams, for example. I asked the same question, if we can put that off. It's my understanding that they will be legislated in any media that is out there. So that is something that's going to come out. So these amounts carrying forward can be used for the things that they need in this 4-year budget.
Okay.
Thanks for that. And Deputy Mayor, my final question for this round, if I may.
Is it pertaining to this motion?
Well, yeah, it is. This is
Okay.
all pertaining to this motion.
Well, it really didn't, but go ahead.
Well, aren't we talking about
Go ahead.
policing and
Go ahead.
budget? Okay, so I clearly heard, I think I clearly heard Councillor Higgin identify and mention that, because you said even the $1 million would be hard to absorb. I heard the mayor say that 2 million would be excessive. Mr. Mayor, is there a dollar amount that either of you two feel we could reduce their budget by?
It's my opinion that we're just trying to find this to reduce it to 0%, and that's just myself thinking. We asked what's the amount to get to 0% tax increase. We want to take that out on the police. That's what I've seen, and that's my comment.
And my comment is we shouldn't exempt the police, but the purpose of my postponement motion was to come back after everything else had been done and identify a minimum amount. So yeah, it could be less than $1 million.
Thank you both for your answers, and thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Are we in debate or in questions?
Well, you know, I guess it depends on which councillor is speaking. So I was asking for debate, but I will ask, are there any more questions? And I'll wait a few seconds, people get in the queue.
Deputy Mayor, I take up
Questions?
you know what? This is our process. Give us latitude. You've done it to Councillor Carlson, and now you're doing it to me. Like, come on. Let us go with the process and ask our questions.
Are there any more questions?
Just for clarification, we are dealing with the motion in its entirety, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Coulson, do you have a question or you debate?
I'm ready for debate. Thank you.
Councillor Coffin, you ready for debate?
I am right after Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. Councillor Coffin.
Your hand was up.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for certainly for the lines of questioning, as well as the motion to actually remove $1 million from the budget. I made the comment to council yesterday, or to finance committee yesterday, the budget is the constitution of the municipality, and that's where our values lie. You know, we can say we believe in things, we can say we value certain things, but you look at the municipal budget. If it's not in the budget, it doesn't get done. If it's in the budget, we obviously value it. And obviously we value our police department above everything else in the city because it is our largest budget item. We have two types of crimes that our department really involves itself in: crimes against people and crimes against property. The crimes against people, of course, are the most significant because individual value, the value of the individual is highly important, highly sacred to all of us. Crimes against property are things that you can respond to with a little less effort, a little less rigor, a little less urgency, more often than not. And these are things that our new police chief, I'm certain, is going to be looking at in terms of how the department operates. Now, we've got kind of a funny situation going on here. We have a new CAO who has been dropped in the middle of a budget process. He's learning the ropes. He's doing an amazing job at getting information to council, instructing staff to come forward with budget reductions and things of that nature. We've got a new police chief who's going through this as well. He's still trying to understand the department, the nuances. If you look at his CV, he comes from a creative background. He's a creative problem solver. And I think giving him some latitude to spend some time in the department, to be informing the commission, I believe that we'll be able to go beyond this, or at least the next council will be able to go beyond this in future budget deliberations. I am disappointed that we're focusing this on taxation. I do believe that resource allocation is incredibly significant when it comes to the broader conversation of safety. And as we had done in the amendment, looking at putting back into community. When we look at it through the lens of taxation, this arrived at this point on this day with the budget sitting where it's at. And so we're working the numbers to make it fit in there. It's kind of like assuming that once the polls close in an election, those are all the votes, and any votes that come in after that, if they were presented earlier, are not valid votes. It's just all in timing and how we're approaching it. If this had been up first, we maybe have to find 3.6% from this budget. If this came up tomorrow, maybe there's nothing. So I'm a little frustrated by that process. However, that's the process we've agreed to. I think sending the message back to the commission, they understand our values. The information they put in front of us at the beginning of this week helps us understand what they're saying. And I think when they come forward on the 28th of February of next year to present their strategy, I think we will find a middle ground where we are able to provide the appropriate funding to our service, and our service is able to provide the appropriate level of safety and confidence to the community that we're all seeking. So I will support the motion the way it's presented.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this as well. From the emails and phone calls I've received, there is no one who wants a cut in any area that is important to them. So of course the police aren't supporting a cut to the police. And as Councillor Higgin, Acting Mayor Higgin mentioned, this is part of a 4-year budget, and any surplus that the police have from 2019 and 2020 can actually be used to actually help compensate for the cuts that we might be making at this time. So they do have wiggle room. So the Police Commission will have some avenues to make sure that things are better. I also want us to remember that in 2018, the police were the only department who received an increase. And so in some ways, we're just rejigging things back to so that all the departments are being treated equally. We also have to remember that there is a precedent for police being cut. The province just chose a short while ago to take a greater share of the photo radar tickets, thus cutting our police revenue. And so everybody is sort of looking at how we can rejig different budgets, and I believe that this is simply part of it. And so I think that this is something that will take a small amount from the police, 2.5%, certainly much less than they brought forward to us. I also appreciate what Councillor Kaufman said about resource allocation. Certainly, one of the things we as council need to continue to work on is to deal with the root causes of crime. It is vital that we work on finding a way to fund those. I, at this point, do not see me taking the money from the police and putting it to that, but certainly that is something we have before us, because until we affect the root causes, we are not going to change the crime stats. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate my colleagues ahead of me. They've said most of what I was going to say. I won't repeat it. I will say that I just need to remind everyone, all of us, but mostly the community and all of our boards, our commissions, our business units, that the reason we are undertaking this process is we are in extraordinarily challenging times. What we're doing today, we keep saying it's a 4-year budget. We're doing a 2-year rejig because of some incredible pressures on our entire community. And so I want to thank everyone that's done the work, but during this motion, LPS and the commission, they took our request seriously. They understand we're in challenging times, and they came back with a suite of options for council to look at. And I think they did that honestly and openly. And they gave us, I think it's nearly 4 million, it might be slightly more than $4 million that they realistically thought that council should look at and could look at. What council is saying is that we understand and we thank you. Council took a huge hit. We jumped on 10%. Right now we're looking at the police commission saying we still value you. Councillor Kaufman's right, still our biggest expense, but we appreciate the work you've done and that you're willing to join with the entire community in saying, this is extraordinary circumstances. And so what we're doing over the next 2 years is trying to see our community through that. So I will support this, and I appreciate all the work that the commission and LPS did in giving us these options. So thank you.
Thank you. I see no more debate. Councillor Hagan? Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Good to go?
Yeah, go ahead, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Yes, thank you for the questions and the debate so far with this. I'm seeing it from a much different point of view than some of my colleagues. And I go back to what we're currently dealing with right now in our community. And we saw the Ipsos poll come out that safety is one of the top things. Concerns with the drugs, concerns with police getting to where they need to be. When I think about that, we're going to be reducing this during a pandemic time, during a time with the drug issues that we have, during a time we've been rated one of the least safe communities in the country. And we're sitting here to say that we're going to reduce the budget, knowing that 85% or roughly 85% is personnel. These are the individuals that are protecting our community. And we want to remove that service. And you're saying, no, we're not going to remove that service. It's 85% personnel. We will have reductions in those coming to your door. So as we go through all these different motions through these, as Finance Committee deliberates this week, I thought about, if I had to make a choice to attend a local event that was put on by a organization that we're funding, and I believe these organizations do a great job, and I would never say that they do not, but if I had that choice, or to have an emergency service, a police officer attend something, an emergent issue, I am quite confident I would rather have a police officer there. So by cutting this, we are definitely removing that service at some level. It will cause concerns. I know it'll cause concerns. I've sit and I know that not all of you have sat on police commission and hear some of these concerns. And I guess I'm going to end in pleading with you to please support the police and do not support this resolution as forward, because we do need that safety in our community, and it's the number one thing. So with that, I would ask to not support this.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the resolution either. It's an arbitrary number at this point, and I just couldn't do that. I recognize the challenges our police have had, and some of the areas why they're under budget, because they've had difficulty recruiting peace officers. There's been challenges with staffing the watch because of COVID and other things like that. So I'm sympathetic, but I do want to make sure that when there are surpluses that they are spent thoughtfully and appropriately. So I do believe that there's some flexibility within the police, but I'm not sure that it's as much as $1 million. So at this point, I can't support a reduction in the police budget of $1 million. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Well, first of all, if you look at the Ipsos read, and if you look at every survey that's been done over the years, safety is the number one priority of probably not only the city of Lethbridge, but any other community you go across. You know, during times of the pandemic, and as you can see in our crime stats and some of the lists that we are number one, which I'm not very proud of, we need our police there. We need to tell our police that we as a community are going to be there for them. And so I'm not going to just pick a number of $1 million arbitrary out of the sky and say, that's what you got to live. I trust our police are trying to do the best with the resources they have. So when you look at the big picture and you look at the stats, you look at the trends, this would probably be the worst time to cut any funding from the police. So I'll be voting against it.
Is there any more debate? I see none. I will just close by saying that we can look at a reconsideration once we go through the entire budget process. If any member of the Finance Committee wants to bring back another motion to revisit this, we certainly can. But on that, I will call for a roll call vote.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
That carries 5-4.
Thank you, and thank you for the discussion this morning. We do have to go into Agenda Review Committee right away, so we will adjourn or recess the Finance Committee till 1:40. Thank you. All right, I'd like to welcome you back to Finance Committee. Thank you for allowing us the time to do agenda review. Before we start for this afternoon, I'd like City Treasurer to give us an update on our running total.
Based on the decisions of Finance Committee thus far, currently there is pretty much 0% tax increase in 2021 and a 1.57% tax increase in 2022. I do just want to mention that this is the municipal portion of the property taxes. So depending on provincial budgets, the community may not see, should Finance Committee ultimately come to a 0% tax increase in 2021, the community still may not see a zero on their tax bill, depending on what the education portion from the province, that requisition is just transferred on to us. And so that may increase, or we have no idea, depending on the provincial budget, what that might look like. So just to clarify, this is on average. If a citizen, and again, obviously this isn't finalized, but I just wanted to kind of highlight that to, make sure that it's clear that whatever the decision is based on the municipal portion of the taxes, property taxes, and you could still see a variation if the assessment value of an individual's home was to change for whatever reason, as well as the education portion.
Great, thank you very much for clarifying that. Councillor Carlson.
So that's always a challenge to explain to folks. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so let's talk about what happens now that we have a 0% already, which was pretty much our target. We still have the rest of the initiatives to go through, followed by if any members of Finance Committee would like to make any revisions or revisit any other decisions we've made this week. And that all still has to be approved by City Council on Monday in order to be implemented. So to remind Finance Committee and administration and the public is that these decisions are not written in stone until they're actually passed by City Council on Monday. So on that note, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Question to you again on just the process. Is Monday the drop dead date for this approval? Or because I know last time we entered into budget, it came to council, got sent back to finance. So when is our actually drop dead date that we have to have this approved?
City Treasurer.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Carlson. So the last City Council meeting in December is the 9th. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong year. The last City Council meeting in December is the 14th. So if City Council does not wish to review or approve the budget on the 30th, there could be a special meeting on the 7th. And then the last City Council meeting of December is the 14th.
Okay, so the 14th should be our final, if it doesn't. If it goes through the process as the last budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The other thing that we engaged in last time we did a budget was actually to put a 2-week buffer between approval. When it was introduced by council and then approval in the community, approval back at council, affording the community the opportunity to actually review it and see what was in it as well. I don't know if Finance Committee wants to recommend that to council as well, that it be received at council on Monday, and then maybe we have the special meeting the following Monday. But it just gives the community a week to look at the work we've done.
Do we have time on that 7th? 1 second, please. Remember we just went through, do we have much on? Yeah. Certainly anyone can suggest that, Councillor Kaufman. We, in agenda review today for the CIC on the 7th, we did fill up the day starting actually earlier at 11 o'clock. So if we want to have that discussion about budget, it would have to be after or before. So literally it would have to be, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Or in the morning.
Thank you. Obviously, I haven't seen the schedule or didn't know what we're doing. It's just that it was a process that we followed last time. It's obviously up to council to make that determination, but it's something people might want to think about as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just telling you that what our day would look like on the 7th if we choose to go that way. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. If there are no more questions or comments before we keep going, we have A67 and 68 up for deliberation. These are initiatives with the Galt Museum and Archive. Do you have any questions on A67 or 68? Councillor Kaufman, are you still up? No.
No, I'm not.
We have no questions on A67 or A68. That being said, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Not sure if anyone there can answer this. We did ask a lot of questions of many of these groups when they appeared in front of us. I'm just trying to figure out the hours of, sorry, I'm looking at A67. Sorry. I'm looking at the hours of reduction. It is 11 hours per week, but it also, I believe, chops out a month. And I'm guessing 2 weeks on either end of the fort operations. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I will put a resolution or a motion forward that Finance Committee recommend the City Council to adopt A67. Or, sorry, approve A67. Questions? There are no questions. Debate?
Sorry.
Do I have a seconder? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Campbell? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Carlson.
I did have a question, and I'm sorry, I'm just flipping through my notes. And just to be clear on this, this is a fairly slight reduction. It's basically closing Mondays and Thursday evenings. Is that correct? I just want to make sure, because we've received some questions on this from the community about closing the Galt. And this is basically saying we're just reducing. So Monday, and I think what I read, sorry, I'm flipping through my notes madly here, was that it was just Monday and Thursday evenings would be reduced hours. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure people are clear on that. It's not closing the Galt. It's basically reducing some hours in the evening.
Monday would be during the day. It's not an evening on Monday.
Oh, is that? Thank you. Because
they're not open Monday evenings.
Oh, okay, so it's Monday during the day, but it's Thursday evening. Okay, thank you, Councillor Croson.
Further debate? Yep, Councillor Campbell. There being none, I'll call for the vote. Any opposed? There are none. That passes. A68. Do we have a motion to put A68 forward? No motion to put A68 forward? That will not be considered. Next, we have A69 through A74. Does council wish to deal with these as a block, or should we go through these one at a time? Question to the, Councillor Campbell?
I'd like to make the resolution to accept A69.
Thank you.
Carlson will second that, if you need a seconder.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you. Ms. Pinkson, we received a change in the sheets on this particular one. I see that it's been identified that there is actually a revenue benefit on this. So we are taking into consideration, obviously, that there would be about a $3,000 reduction in contribution to general revenues or revenues of the library. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
But no change in terms of effect on person years or theoretically bottom line either, correct?
Councillor Kaufman, no, just when they were keyed, it was just keyed at the net amount. So we just broke it out for a little bit more detail for council.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. No further questions? Open debate. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a hard one to put forward. I know that libraries are, I've always felt they're the heart and the soul of our community. However, as I said with some of the previous resolutions we've looked at, we've asked our entire community, all of our business units, all of our partners, all of our fee-for-service, everyone, to pitch in during these trying times. It's tough for me to talk about library reduction in hours. This is a minimal reduction. Hopefully, nobody will really notice much of an impact. But again, I want to thank the library board and their staff for stepping up and finding some ways to help us achieve our goals at this time. And so I'd ask for my colleagues' support on this, reluctantly.
Further debate? Councillor Campbell to close.
Just having been on the library board, I've just been so impressed with the work that the library has done, really being a team member of the city here to find ways to reduce cost. And they themselves have gone through incredible, difficult times. You know, it's going back to when the renovations were ongoing, the drug crisis that was undergoing, and then of course COVID hit them as well. So they've been incredibly resilient, and they are still as open as they possibly can be, as in their mission statement to be as accessible to the public as they can be. This is the priority number one that they were given, and is the least impact on the library. So I recommend this is the option, based on we asking all of our organizations to chip in, and they have done so extremely well.
Thank you. Are there any opposed? Are you calling the question?
Yes. Question.
Question's been called. Any opposed? I see none. That passes. Is there a mover for A70? There is no mover for
I'll move it.
Oh. Councillor Higgin? Councillor
Yes.
Higgin moves A70. Is there a second?
Councillor Kaufman, yes.
Councillor Kaufman? Questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I have one. I see the alignment with priority one. This is on top of what is being, or what we have just approved for previously in A69. Is that correct?
Yes, it looks like that to me.
I just, the reason I ask is when my original go through here was very much about, okay, it's either priority 1 or priority 2. This is obviously a further, obviously it's a further service reduction than what we just have approved.
Yeah, I thought my intention was to only go with priority 1.
Can I just get clarification whether it was to be presented or considered as priority 1 versus priority 2, or is it priority 1 and priority 2? Is this a second consideration?
I'm not sure we have anybody here that can speak to that at the moment. I do recall from the presentation that the CEO indicated that they were in decreasing that. I'll back out of that. I don't want to speculate.
My thought was that they were presenting 6 priorities, of which were options, and my intention was to make all of these options only option 1, or priority 1, I should say, A69. I may be misunderstanding that, but that was my intention of the when I made the resolution.
You're saying that of the 6 things put forward by the library, that only one, we voted 1 and none of the other ones?
That was my intention.
Didn't read it that way. Anybody else interpret it that way? Acting Mayor Higgin?
No, I did not interpret it that way. And I think if we go through the 5 to 10% was if they were all included. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Hagan, I believe it was they identified the least service level impact to the most service level impact. To get to 10% would require all 6 of them. Sorry if I didn't make that clear before. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So A69, from what if I look at the dollar funding, would be, I'm just doing some quick math, about less than 1%. I just, maybe I need some help understanding that, but that's the way that I looked at it last night.
I just need just a moment to double check here.
I believe on the sheet that they provided on priority 1, in the background, the very last sentence is what you're looking for, Councillor Hagan, where it says the approval of priority 1 is 1.9% reduction.
Thank you. So not the 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson. All right, further questions for A70? Councillor Higgin, are you still up? Or
nope.
Okay,
just for closing debate.
If there are no further questions of debate,
just for help, in all of the backgrounds for all of the library sheets, they've provided the percentage that each priority option they provided would be a decrease and a cumulative total. So approving option 1 and 2 would be approximately 3%.
all right, thank you.
Just not to dispute those numbers, the CEO just indicated that options 1 and 2 were the 5%, and the remainders brought it to 10%. So not to confuse council, but that's That's information from the library. Priority 1 and 2 equal 5% of the budget.
So if I can have a question.
Go ahead. So let's restart this. So now we're looking at, additionally every time they have their priorities, they're adding on. So 1 and 2 now will be worth 5% reduction. Right? Okay. Let's start questions over again then. Anybody have any questions on A70 as it relates to the overall reduction initiatives for the library? Councilor Moore, did you jump in for a minute there?
Yes, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. What is the library's overall budget, Ms. Pinkson?
Total expenditures in 2020 are approximately $7.8 million.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions now that we've had that clarification? Councilor Carlson?
Deputy Mayor, and I think I asked this. I'm hoping somebody else remembers because I don't have. In my 500 pages of notes, I can't remember what the response was. But in the implementation strategy, they have option 1 and option 2 under this option 2, and I think they said both of those. It shouldn't have been options. They would both happen because it says option 1 change the main branch and option 2 was change the crossings branch. But I just want to be clear that I think what they said is both branches would be closing 2 evenings a week. Was that correct? I'm just trying to remember. I thought it was a terminology issue.
Let's see. I'm just checking right now.
That's what it says in the proposed implementation strategy in A70.
That option 2 will change hours for crossings to close 2 evenings a week, reduction of an additional 8 operating hours at the crossings.
Yeah, so they would be implementing both of those options.
Right.
Okay, I just want people to be clear that
That's
it's not.
sorry, yeah, it's really not that clear, is it?
It isn't, and I did ask for clarity, and I'm fairly confident, except I can't find the page that I wrote the answer down on. I'm fairly confident they said actually no, both of those will be implemented.
Okay. So do we want to revisit how to? City Manager, did you have a comment?
Yeah, if council wants, perhaps they could move on and we could try and get the CEO, make the CEO available for questions.
All right, can we just postpone this?
Call the chair.
Okay, so we'll postpone this so we get the information that we require, and we'll do it we'll just postpone it until we get that information available. The other one that has hours of operation is A72 and A73. Can we just get all of the library ones clarified? Go ahead, City Manager.
Okay, so we have an answer on that last question, and perhaps we can get Ms. Plato to phone in if there are further questions. But her answer to the last question is yes, it's both branches.
So A70 is both.
A70, it's both branches.
So if we pass A69 and A70, then A69 becomes moot.
No, I think it's in addition.
It's in addition. 70 is in addition to 69.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So did everybody hear that and are clear? Are we clear on this? Councillor, Acting Mayor Hagan?
Thank you. So just going through these, and I'm looking at them, sorry, as a block, and I'll tell you why. There's just hearing what the budget was, 10% would be 780,000, 390,000 for 5%. And so if that's correct from what Ms. Pinkston had mentioned regarding the budget, if it was 5%, it would be 390,000. And so far we have done 119,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
So we're on A70 right now. And we're just finishing up questions now that we've had clarification. Are there any more questions for A70? Is there any debate for A70?
Do you want me to close or?
Yes, there is no debate. Go ahead and close.
Okay, just as I indicated earlier, looking at that as a group, the library and many other organizations come forward with a 5 or 10% increase, 5% being that 390. This still won't get us there. It's still about 3.5% or so. So I would just ask for council support.
On where? Oh, just to explain that? Oh, Acting Mayor Hagan, Ms. Plato's on the line from the library. Do we need her to clarify this for us? I think it might be useful. Does anybody object to that?
Well, the only uncomfortable part I have with that is that, are we going to have anybody else call in for the rest of them? And I mean, I'm totally fine with that clarification, but are we open to everybody else then from the rest of the resolutions here that are going to be coming forward to Finance Committee to call in?
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking Finance Committee if there's opposition to a clarification. I don't think it's just new information. It's trying to clarify what the submissions were. Because we haven't had this level of confusion for prioritized submissions to this point.
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Since there is some discrepancy between what we've heard and what the sheets say about the percentages, I wouldn't mind hearing the explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Is there anyone that's totally against this? Okay, there being none, Ms. Plato, would you explain your submission to us, please?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm assuming that I'm explaining the percentage amount that Councillor Hagan brought up. So just to clarify, the percentage amount that we provided was based on what the number that we were told to use, which excluded city transferred costs. So that was closer to 6.5 million. So perhaps Ms. Pinkston can clarify. We were just using the number we were told to.
Okay.
The direct, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, so it looks like based on the calculation, it's net of revenues. And so based on the resolution, it was total expenditures. So the organization had looked at it just using expenses. So, but this way is net.
Okay, so, okay, that's fine. I mean, we can deal with that part. I think the question we had was in terms of all your priorities, they're all separate and they just add up to different things. So it's not like the assumption was at one point if we approve 2, it's like approving 1 and 2, but that's not the case, is it?
No, that's not. They are all separate except for priority 5.
Right.
Because that's a full day Monday closure.
Right.
That would already include the savings realized in priority 4, which was Monday morning only.
Right.
So they are all separate from each other. So to get to that 5%, again, based on the number we were using, priorities 1 and 2 would need to be passed, and that would get us to about 5% of that 6.5 million.
Okay. Is there any questions for Ms. Plato, Acting Mayor Hagan?
Yes, so if I can just ask a question for Ms. Pinkson, actually, is this the same process we used with all the other groups as far as the difference in numbers? You mentioned transfers, et cetera, and I'm a little confused. I just want to make sure that this process, the number you gave of 6 point whatever million to Ms. Plato for the public library, is the same that we used with any of the other organizations.
No, the direction we gave to the organization was to include wages, transfers to other agencies, and operating expenditures. We did not include asset transactions and transfers, just to simplify consistency. So I guess there was a miscommunication with the library.
Okay, so the number that we're looking at again is the 7 point, I'm sorry, I jotted that down. I'm trying to find
It's
where
approximately
it was.
7.7 million is the expenditure.
7.7. Thank you, appreciate it.
Are there any more questions for Ms. Plato for clarification? I see none. Thank you, Ms. Plato. Councillor Hagan, do you want to finish with your closing?
Yes, I just want to put in there that it's apparent that the number that was given by Councillor Carlson before we add these up is 3.9, I think he had said, according to the number that was given by Ms. Pinkson of 7 point, sorry, these numbers, close to $8 million, would still not be under the 5, so I'd ask for council support.
Question's been called. Any opposed? I see none. A70 is carried. Thank you. Do I have a mover for A71?
Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman, A71. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councillor Morrow? Questions? Councillor Kaufman, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you again to Ms. Pinkson. We received a replacement sheet for this one, and I am hard pressed to find out what changed. Was it just an error in duplication? I couldn't see anything that actually changed between the original sheet we had in our binder and the replacement one. The stats, the data, the dates, everything seemed to be exactly the same.
I believe that's just a duplication. Sorry about that.
I had nothing better to do than compare them eye to eye, so not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan?
No, I should be out.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? I see no questions. Move to debate. The mover wish to open? No open. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I won't be supporting this reduction. It's a very minimal reduction, but the impact on our children, our seniors, the population that has mobility or access issues, transportation issues, is fairly great. I know folks that really rely on this service. It's one of the bright spots in their day or their week when the bookmobile is in their neighborhood. They can't access transportation to get downtown or to the crossings. And so reducing this, it's a very, very small portion of the budget. I do understand we're looking at everything equitably, but this one, I think, to me, is too impactful to the more vulnerable sectors of our society. So I won't be supporting this one.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Along with Councillor Carlson, I will not be supporting this one for much the same reasons. We know that we have vulnerable people in our community who do not have access to many of the services that you and I take for granted because we can pop in our vehicles and we can get to places we need to. This is used by the seniors, this is used by children, this is used by vulnerable members of our community, so I will not be supporting this initiative.
Mayor Spearman.
I too will not be supporting this. When I look at the estimates, and I believe the library numbers, 200,000 fewer items in circulation, 500 fewer student library memberships. I think this money is well spent. I will not be supporting this resolution.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I don't know if you're going to jump all over me for a clarification.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Would you like?
I just look at 1920, which I don't know how many people have been able to attend this with COVID, and is that funding not able to go forward to 21-22? And I just need clarification on that.
That's fair. Has the bookmobile been running during any other type of COVID shutdowns?
Would have to find that out for you.
I've asked Ms. Plato, but I don't think anybody here knows. Does anybody here know for sure?
That's
I
actually
struggle
good.
to believe that it would be, but I would like clarification.
Yeah, and I just received a reply. Yes, it has through curbside delivery.
Thank you.
So, sorry, just to finish that clarification, people weren't going inside the bookmobile, they were getting deliveries of books that they've ordered through the library.
That's what it appears, yes.
You, Acting Mayor, is that your answer?
So I would say that it's been running full-time as it does previous to COVID. I just need that clarification. I know we have some that have been dropped off, but is it running full as it was in 2019? It ran in 2020. Sorry, I should have been more particular on that.
Yes.
So full service. Thank you.
Yep. Further debate? Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues that this is a significant service for the community, and I will not be supporting this.
Sorry, I need to get a clarification on that last question. I received a correct, but then not full-time, so I'm just trying to clarify.
They were out and about. Thank you. Do we have a close?
Before closing, just to that question, if I could, sorry, I'm glad I'm not down there because you'd probably come over and whack me one. But so is there a budget going forward from those, since it was not used as full time, is what I'm curious to know.
Councillor Hagan, based on the September operating forecast, the Lethbridge Public Library is anticipating a $250,000 surplus to the end of the year. So I don't have the breakdown of each specific program, but they are in the narrative of the September operating forecast. It talks about reopening as of July 2nd. So I would assume that the bookmobile would be impacted by some of those measures and closures and different things, but that's about as much as is included in the September operating forecast.
We have close. Councillor Kaufman?
Question.
Call the question. Any opposed?
Yes.
Carlson.
Okay, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
That's lost 5-4.
Okay, let's move along. A72 and A73 are related. A72 is Monday morning closure, A73 is Monday full-day closure. Do I have a mover for 72 or 73?
Could I ask a question for?
Certainly.
Could we please find out, according to Ms. Pinkston's number that was given to Councillor Morrow earlier with the budget, could you tell me with the approvals that we've done so far, or the exactly where we stand as a percentage?
Certainly.
Based on total expenditures, it's approximately 4%.
That is before these two are to pass. And if I could ask, if these two were, where we would be?
Councillor Higgin, I'm not sure I understand. If those two, based on the two that are approved, it's at 4%.
Two that are
So
approved, but
that's
we are
priority one and
doing-
priority two. A69 and 70, that's at 4%.
And I think we're looking at 4 and 5 right now, if I'm not mistaken. And if those were added in, what it would be. Is that what we're looking at right now?
Sorry,
Just to make sure, priority 4 and priority 5? 72, 73, Deputy Mayor?
So it,
72 and 73 are priority 4 and 5, that's correct.
And
but
that's
we
what
would
we're
be
looking
pick-
at currently.
Sorry, would Finance Committee would need to pick one or the other? It's not both.
That's correct. A72 is Monday mornings, A73 is full-day Mondays. So we're still looking for a mover for 72 or 73.
I'll move
no-
72. It's Joe.
72. Councilor Morrow moves A72, priority 4. Do I have a seconder? We do not have a second.
I will second it to get it on the table.
Acting Mayor Hagan will second. Questions for A72? Monday morning closures. No questions. Debate? Councilor Moore, you want to open?
I'll save for close.
Thank you. Any other one? No other debate, Councilor Morrow? Can close?
I was in for debate, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Hand there, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, and I appreciate the work being done on these. I know we are trying desperately to treat, well, some people fairly, most, I guess. This one is a tough one for me. I'm fairly familiar with the library operations, and I know that one of their, I believe it's a child literacy program, operates in our libraries on Monday mornings. This would be a hard one for me to support losing that while our population has suffered so much during the last year, 8 months of COVID, putting more strain again on some of our more vulnerable population with this. I I think the library tried very hard to get to our targets. We haven't reached those targets with everyone. The library, I think, is, as I've said before, to me, it's the heart and soul. It impacts so many in our community in such a positive way that we've made some cuts already. This one goes a little far because, unless I'm mistaken, it is Monday mornings. That is the child literacy programming and tutoring that goes on at the library at this time. So I would have trouble supporting this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin?
Well, in light of what I've just heard, you're going to need to allow me to ask a question if this is actually true, if this is when this program is, because that's just not fair to not have an understanding, as was indicated by this program by Councillor Carlson, and go into a vote. I would not find that to be, I'd need to have that information. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
We heard that there's a child something program, a literacy program on Monday mornings, and that I don't know if it can be any time else that can be held, or just does this program exist on Monday mornings, and would that go away if we were to approve this? That's important to me.
Acting Mayor Higgin, it's actually in the sheet under the proposed implementation strategy, loss of one morning early literacy children's program, etc. Information is there in the sheet that you might be looking for.
1,098 children attended, 90 people attended 68 children's programs on Monday mornings.
Okay, so they couldn't be moved to another morning. Thank you.
That isn't said, but okay. Are you done, Acting Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Parker?
Well, thank you. Just to follow up on that. So is Tara on the phone there?
No.
So my question would be, and I know we're in the debate, couldn't that program, I'd like to ask the question, couldn't that program be designated for another day if it's that important? That would be my question, but obviously we don't have the expertise to answer that question right now. But I was just thinking out of common sense, it could be shifted to another day if it was that important.
Deputy Mayor Michaud, I've asked that question, and we should have an answer shortly. Ms. Plato did indicate that they have early literacy programs every weekday morning, but I've asked specifically about that Monday program.
Because they do have lots of, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'll wait on hearing for that answer. I have no further questions, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parker.
So the answer is that other programs would get bumped no matter what morning the library closes, and not everyone who attends Monday may be able to shift to another day.
Thank you. Any other debate?
Thank you.
I see no other debate. Councillor Moore, would you like to close?
Question.
We call the question by roll call, please.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin. Acting Mayor Higgin. Your mute is on.
Your mute's on. Acting Mayor, you're muted.
Back, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you now. What's your vote?
Acting Mayor, do you have a vote on this? Uh-oh.
That's lost, 6-2.
Blaine's raising his hand, but he keeps on my screen, he flashes in and out. So I'm not sure if he's having connectivity.
Can you hear me? I cannot hear anyone else. If, Madam Clerk, if you can put your hand up, if you can hear me. I can't hear anything coming back. I'm going to quickly log out and log back in. I'm sorry.
Just a second. I just sent Blaine a text to ask if he voted yes, or if you vote yes or no. So he's going to think, just hold on for a sec.
You have to send it to me directly. Text or email, please.
He's logged back in.
Okay, I can hear you, just what you just said there, Councillor Kaufman. Okay. Sorry, I missed the last 5 minutes here. I don't know exactly where we're at.
We're at the vote, so we're just asking you what your vote is, opposed or for.
Did we have information back about there being able to change that to another day? I missed.
They have programming every morning, and even if they change it, they don't know if the people that can make it Mondays could make it any other day.
Thank you.
Okay. Your vote?
So opposed. That means that opposed to this.
Thank you.
Lost 7-2.
Do we have a mover for A73, full day closure on Mondays?
I will bring it forward.
Deputy Mayor Hagan? Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it. Joe.
Councillor Morrow? Questions on A73?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Hagan.
Okay, so sorry, I had to switch to my phone because the other I couldn't get sound. So question I have is, so this, if we've already denied the first one, this is similar. It would be the whole day, which would include that morning as well.
That's correct.
And I'm just wondering what time these programs, so if they're in the morning, so are they done by 11, 12? Could we change the hours of, I guess that would be in a, if I want to make an amendment to that.
I think that was mentioned by Ms. Plato from the library, that even if they can change the day of their Monday programming to a different morning, they don't know if the people that regularly attend Mondays can still come. Any other questions? No questions for A73. Debate? There's no debate. Acting Mayor, would you like to close?
Yes. This is tough because I'd like to put an amendment in for the hours, and yet I'm looking through here. I don't know what the programming, where, from what I understand, it's all day. Is that what everyone else has heard? Did I miss something?
I don't believe we can amend the hours because this is a library decision. We can't tell them they have to be open a certain time. This is something they presented to us.
Okay, so if it does pass,
they close all day Monday.
Well, no, because it's their decision. Correct?
Right, but if they Acting Mayor.
Sorry, I must have missed on the last conversation here when I got blocked
Okay,
out
so-
there. I don't know purposely or what, but
Right, so A73 is all about, if we approve this, they close all day Monday. Full Monday closure.
okay. Thank you.
Is that's your close? Call the question?
That's my close.
Call the question
Sure.
by roll, please.
Counselor Campbell,
Opposed.
Counselor Carlson,
Opposed.
Counselor Kaufman,
Opposed?
Counselor Croson,
Opposed.
Counselor Morrow,
Opposed?
Counselor Parker,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Hagan,
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Lost 9-0.
Thank you. Next item, A74, word on the street. Do I have a mover for A74?
If there's nobody, I'll put it on the table. Or ask for a seconder.
Acting Mayor will move A74. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, Joe.
Councillor Morrow? Questions? Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, I was hitting the wrong button. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm not sure who can answer this. I meant to ask when the library was in front of us. I've got two questions on this. I believe we did a virtual word on the street this past year because of COVID. And I'm just going to assume, Ms. Pinkston, that's part of the surplus that the budget is running. And so I'm wondering if that surplus could be applied, if this motion passes, could the surplus that the library is running be applied to funding for this initiative if we're allowed to have events in 2021?
Councillor Carlson, so as was discussed previously, we operate on a multi-year budget, and so currently the library is forecasting a $250,000 surplus to the end of the year. Still some uncertainty, if that will actually be achieved. I don't know what the impact on the library next year will be in terms of COVID. But given that surplus would be available to the library until the end of 2022 for them to use at their discretion, if that helps.
Okay, I think it does. So if they did still have a surplus and we remove the taxation funding for this, they could probably still accomplish it through their surplus if they so desired. Is what I thought I heard, correct?
Councillor Carlson, I should just clarify that
Yep.
if this is approved, it will remove funding for word on the street on an ongoing basis, or remove funding from the library on an ongoing basis. So
Agreed.
the surplus could cover, the next year or so, but that the funding for this is taxation, and so that would be reduce their
Agreed.
budget on an ongoing basis.
No, and thank you, Ms. Pinkston, because it goes back to what I've been trying to highlight throughout, that these are challenging times we're in, and this is a 2-year budget to make some adjustments due to challenging times. We know that the budget will be deliberated by the council of the day in 2 years, and so changes can be made again at that time, but we're just looking at 2 years right now. My second question, and sorry, this is one I did mean to ask the library, and I don't know how it fell off my question sheet. Word on the Street is a festival that we're one of a few, I believe there's 3 Canadian cities, maybe 4, maybe more, I'm not sure, that actually host this event. Is there any risk if we don't host it one year of losing access to being able to host Word on the Street ongoing? And I don't know if anyone can answer that. If not, it's just my bad for forgetting to ask.
What would you mean by that? Is there carryovers? Are you talking about booking people? I don't understand.
Word of the Street is a I think it's a worldwide or North American or national festival.
Right.
I'm just not sure if you opt out of it, if you can just opt back in, or if there's a process. That's what I meant. And if no one can answer that, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I see no more questions. Debate? Mayor Spearman?
I won't be supporting the resolution. This is a great event. I've gone, I think, the last 5 or 6 years. It wasn't held this year, but tremendous event. Great to see the community come out and support this. Great way to celebrate literacy in the city of Lethbridge. So I will not be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you. In light of some of the information that has been shared, I believe that in light of the funding that is over a 4-year budget, that this would still be achievable. And I believe it's an extremely important one. As Mayor Spearman indicated, I've been to all of them since, at least since I've been on council. It's just, they're fantastic, but I just think that they could still make this happen with the funding that has been saved in their reserves, as they do have additional funding going forward. So I will support this.
Thank you. And that was your close.
Yes.
Call the question by roll call, please.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Lost 7-2.
Thank you. Now, question for Finance Committee. We're getting down to, so 834 to 841 are in the goldenrod section. I'm wondering if we want to go back and revisit the goldenrod section as a whole right now. Any thoughts, or should we just forge ahead and do it? Mayor Spearman, did you have something to say?
I would say let's continue.
Okay, with the goldenrods?
Nope. Let's forge ahead, 75 and onward.
175.
I have next on our list is 834 and 41 to 41, which correlates to A89 to A113 as options. Is that correct, City Treasurer?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear what you had said.
The next items I have on our order of business are 834 to 41, which correlates to A89 to 113 as options. Or am I looking at the wrong thing? Sorry. We're in.
I believe we've gotten to A88, which is the transit on demand that was pulled out of the grouping for the lows.
No, that's correct, but I'm just saying that if we're gonna move ahead to A34 and look at the options on that one, should we just do all the goldenrods right now? Would that be just as easy to do it that way? City Manager?
Had council decided to move the goldenrod to the end, which are those A30s? And if so, then it would be A88, A89, and the mediums that Ms. Pink's identified. But if council wants to move to the goldenrods now,
That's okay. So the order now, excuse me, the order now will be what?
We're gonna go into the mediums,
Okay.
and they start at 89, but 88 was the transit.
88,
To 113.
88 to 113. Okay.
Students, we've already done 98, 94.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. So, just got some clarification from the city clerk. So we will consider 88 to 113, excluding 98 and 94, which we've already done. A88, these are the medium impact. A88 is transit on demand. I will move that Finance Committee recommend to City Council to accept A88. Do I have a second? Mayor Spearman. Questions from Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can somebody just walk me through A88 and A89? Is this an either or option? That's the way I'm kind of reading it. But I'd like someone to explain to me, please.
Sure. A88 is transit on demand. And currently our transit department is working towards moving to a transit on demand system. And we believe that will be up and operational in probably July of 2021. So that savings we'll start to see at that time. Now 889 is a reduction in service. Now you cannot do both at the same time. You have to do one or the other. So should council choose to do a reduction in service, it does take approximately 1 month to ramp up, and there is about a $85,000 a month potential savings. So with that being said, we could run the reduction in service from January to July for an approximate savings of $510,000 in 2021, and then transition to the transit on demand moving forward from there at a cost savings of about $353,000 on an annual basis.
And thank you, Mr. Adair. I believe it was Mr. Adair. I can't see, so who said that? Because that was what I was thinking, that this is, if we approve one, the other is moot. However, there could be a hybrid version where we implement a service reduction while we move to transit on demand. Is there a budget sheet prepared for that option?
No, we did not prepare one for that option.
Then through you, Deputy Mayor, to City Treasurer, how quickly could that be prepared for Council's perusal?
I think it would just take us a few minutes to get that together.
So perhaps we could skip 88 and 89 for now. We'll do a few more and then we'll take a break. So let's move to A90. We're okay to keep that hanging like that, right? To postpone that one?
You got general consent. Nobody approved.
Okay. A90. I will move that Finance Committee recommend to City Council to accept A90. Do I have a second? Councillor Campbell. Questions? Councillor Kaufman.
No, that would have been from transit. Thank you.
Great. So the question is, I guess, how much of a problem is that when you go from a clearing after 3 inches of snow versus 2 inches of snow? What additional issues does that create in our city parking lots and risk?
When we asked those questions, the response I got was slips, falls, potentially stuck vehicles, especially as the snow melt occurs and you break through that snow pack, and potentially some increased call-outs could be a result of it if some vehicles are getting stuck.
So related to that too is it true that when snow is cleared from our parking lot, we can't store it on site for more than X hours, that it has to be removed to one of our snow dumps?
Yeah, I believe that is the current practice today.
Is there a reason for that? I'm just wondering, because it costs money to move the snow to our snow dumps. We can't leave the piles in their parking lots for X number of days or weeks?
I don't think there's a limitation. There's not an environmental reason to do this. It really is a question of the accumulation and the fact that it would ultimately restrict parking. There's very limited storage in our existing city parking lots today without impacting or reducing the number of active stalls. So that's really what drives the removal operation is to get it out of there so that you have the full inventory of parking.
And with COVID, we've seen less parking because less people going into our buildings. So there is a possibility that even with this, if this passes, the snow could be stored on site a little bit longer and create less cost.
I think that's definitely something we can be looking at in the context of how long we're going to continue in this particular mode of folks working remotely or working from home.
Great, thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess I want to continue with that line of questioning because I'm trying to understand, 2 inches to 3 inches seems so minimal to me. So how many times are we getting people stuck in our parking lots now? Is this a common occurrence?
I don't have that information for you. I could certainly try to dig something up.
I mean, except for the Gulf parking lot, but that's because of the coulees. The only place I've ever been stuck. I don't think I've ever seen it in another one. And and I don't know if our city solicitor's around. How often are we getting claims for slips and falls roughly in a year? Does anyone know that?
I could certainly check with IRM and get back to you on that one as well.
Well, I'm going to assume if you don't have the answer, probably we're not getting a lot of complaints about either of those. Because generally, if something is an issue, we've heard about it. And I have never had anybody say, the parking lot snow is a problem. So thank you.
Councillor Morrow.
My hand's down.
Okay. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can somebody help me here? Under the background, it says the contract includes a guaranteed sum for 18 clearings and sandings. Would that change under this change? I couldn't see anything.
So we would have to look, we'd have to go back and have some contract discussions and I guess amend the snow removal contract to go from the 2 inches to 3 inches.
I understand the 2 to 3 inches, but it says that we have a current contract that says guaranteed 18. So I'm assuming it's a unit cost contract. Is that? I'm just trying to wrap my head around. Do we pay a flat rate, or is it per clearing we pay?
Our contract, the way it reads today, I believe, is we pay for the 18 visits and facilities has, so it's a flat rate contract. So we would have to look at adjusting that, but they come in at the 2 inches is when they come in to do it, and then that would be calculated as one of the times they cleaned that parking lot. The new contract, if we were to negotiate, that would look at, they would come in at 3 inches and clear it at that time, and that may adjust that total contract of 18 clearings to an assumption of savings of 76,000 down to 15 or so, and I don't know that, what the reduction would look like.
Okay, thank you for that. Which parking lots are we talking about here? All our parking lots? Like, is this Nika Yuko or Henderson Park parking lot, as well as City Hall, as well as Fritz, Sick? Which parking lots are we talking about? All of them?
I've got an extensive list here of 48 parking lots in front of me, from Police, City Hall, Bowman, Animal Shelter, Multicultural Center, Galt, Casa, Chinook Tourism, CCH, Crossings Library, Stafford, Fire Headquarters, Helen Schuler, SAG Transit, Fleet, Fuel, Facility, Park and Ride, Library, and it just continues. If you'd like, I can continue.
Is City Hall on that? And I'm sorry to
yes,
just
it
ask,
is.
because there's been times when there's been like an inch in City Hall parking lot, and it's been done. So I just was wondering about that. But
yes, it is. It's number
okay,
2 on the
thank
list.
You.
There are no more questions. Debate? There's no debate. I will call the question. Are there any opposed to A90? There are
Joe.
none. Oh,
I am Joe.
oh, roll call.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Councillor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Carries 7-2.
A91. Weed Act enforcement. I will move that.
Option. There's an option here for 117.
Oh, and there's no option.
Yeah, I sent you an email that might help you too.
Thank you. The city clerk reminded me that A91 is related to option A117 is option 2. I don't see that on mine. It's different. No, they're not the same.
A92 is related to 117.
Sorry, what number?
A92 is related to 117, but we're on A91 as I understand it.
Yeah, so it's 9, thank you, yeah. Yes, we're, A91 is Weed Act enforcement. So again, I'll move that. Finance Committee recommend the City Council to accept A91. Do I have a second? Councillor Campbell, questions? Councillor Carlson.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm hoping someone there can answer this. I believe I read through it last night, and doing away with this, this isn't just Weed Act enforcement. This position deals with all bylaws. Like I couldn't figure that out. It kept saying Weed Act enforcement, but then I thought I read that no, it's not just weeds; it's all bylaws. Can somebody explain that impact? We already have very few bylaw officers. Removing one, if it was specific to weed, would be one thing. If it's just reducing our bylaw enforcement is another.
Sure, the weed enforcement position is actually divided amongst all of the bylaw officers as it currently sits. So they've certainly done some cross-training. But if this position was to go away, the weed bylaw position takes up about 1 FTE equivalent of time per year. And it is dispersed amongst all bylaw officers over the summer so that we can keep the bylaw officers, I guess, employed all year long. Otherwise, it would just be a term position. Well, it's about a 2,150-hour position on an annual basis, divided amongst all bylaw officers.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I've just for confirmation, we have around 800 to 1,000 noxious weed complaints per year, correct?
That is correct. And
Thank you.
if I can add a little bit more clarity on that, we have 800 to roughly 1,000 complaints a year. Of those, we have 1 to 2 that are actually the prohibited noxious weeds set forth by the provincial government. The other weeds that we deal with are what we deem as noxious here within the city. And of those 800 to 1,000 calls per year, we go to roughly about 40 of those annually. We actually have to go in and mow the lawns and take care of the weeds.
Okay, thank you. Then final question, if this position and enforcement is removed, how will our community deal with noxious weeds or properties that are an issue?
So what we'd have to do is we'd actually have to change the weed bylaw, the Weed Act here within the city, to make it so that the only prohibited weeds were the prohibited noxious weeds set forth by the province, and then all other weeds would be permitted within the city, which would, of course, increase the complaints from the neighbor complaints calling in and having to deal with them. But I guess historically showing we would only have 1 or 2 that we would actually have to go out and deal with. The rest would just be complaints that we'd be receiving about unsightly neighbors, their weeds are growing up and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, Mr. Dare, when you said unsightly neighbors, you meant unsightly weeds, right?
That's true.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, just wanted to get
Glad you can't hear the laughter online.
Yeah. Yes, because I think I qualify as an unsightly neighbor. I appreciate your response to Councillor Carlson on how this is divided through, but I'm just for clarification, I guess this is the elimination of 1 position in bylaw enforcement, correct?
That's right. So the funding would go away from 1 FTE, and that position position's actually currently vacant today, but it would be eliminated going forward to tomorrow.
Okay, that was my second question. It is vacant. Are we down additional vacancies, or is this the only vacancy assigned to bylaw enforcement at the moment?
That's the only vacancy in bylaw enforcement at this time.
Okay. I know that in the last budget cycle, I think we approved a bylaws enforcement officer, did we not?
I think that was the one for in planning and development.
Was that was through planning and development?
I think it was planning and development. That was their enforcement bylaw officer.
Okay, and that individual does only bylaw enforcement vis-a-vis planning and development, is that correct?
I believe so. Is that correct, Mr. Hawkins?
Sir, what's the question? Could we?
Sorry, the question is, I remember in the last budget cycle, and I apologize for not looking it up last night, that we had bylaw enforcement in the last budget, another bylaw enforcement officer. I do recall it being associated with planning for the enforcement of planning violations. Is that all that one particular officer does?
is that all of the officer, is that all the bylaw officer does that was appointed or brought on as during the last budget
Yes.
process? Is that the?
Yes, yeah, that's the question.
Mr. Hawkins, are you aware of a bylaw officer being added to planning after the last budget cycle?
Not with respect to this particular activity. There is we have a compliance officer in the planning or in the planning development department, but it's specific to development permits and not weed inspections or the Weed Act issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you. Just to understand better here, we do have a position that is vacant, I've heard. Now, does that mean that this was not being done for some time, or is it was indicated earlier that they shared the duties amongst the others? I'm just wondering if this particular job and it's still not filled, why did we just not deal with the weeds previously?
No, the weeds have been taken care of up until the recent retirement of October of this, when this position ended. So yes, they have been taken care of. They've just been, I guess, the work has been shared amongst all of the bylaw officers over the years, albeit it's a one-time, full-time position. They're just sharing the work amongst all 3 or 4 of them.
Thank you. Has there been a concern that that's too much of a workload? Is that what I'm understanding?
With this position, the workload is manageable. Going forward, if council chose to reduce this position, that workload would not be achievable.
So in these since the retirement, they've been overworked on that the weed situation.
Since I think the retirement of late October was the position, I think he was able to catch up with the weeds, and there hasn't been many since that time, so we're good for this year.
Thank you. I didn't realize end of October. Thank you.
Further questions?
Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Kaufman, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Dare, the policy consequence you had suggested as one option being to amend the weed bylaw, take out some of the weeds that we currently have on our list and focus more just on what the provincial component is. What is the consequence to that, to doing that?
I believe the consequence, like I said, it's probably not the unsightly neighbors, but it'll be the unsightly weeds that the neighbors will have, and the complaints that will be received from the city. That will be the significant consequence. The growth and the maintenance, we won't be going in and mowing them. We won't be going in and dealing with the unsightly weeds, only the prohibited noxious weeds from the provincial standpoint.
Thank you. So do we use the weed bylaw then as part of our akin to the community standards bylaw? Are we using this as a bit of an unsightly hammer right at the moment?
I know every time that a complaint comes in, they go in and assess for the weeds. And and I'm just looking through my notes here, but I believe of the 800 to 1,000 calls that we receive annually, there's and I can't find it here, but there's a significant number of those, and I think it's in that 100 range that we go in and we will write an order on for them to reduce the unsightly and prohibited weeds. So it might be used in conjunction, but I'm not familiar with that particular piece that you talk of, but that's how we're using it today.
Okay, thank you. And am I correct to assume then if you have to go in and deal with the weeds, there's a interdepartmental transfer over to who does it?
Yes, Parks does it, and we're charging in 2019, there was $9,000 to 2014, there was $4,000, so there is a bill that is associated with that.
Is it time to reevaluate the cost of doing that as well in terms of, sorry, the fine or the bill levied?
I'm not familiar when that last was reviewed, but it's certainly something we could do.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. I think Councillor Kaufman was asking similar questions to mine. Would there not have been a revenue portion for this bylaw officer? I know we write orders. Do we also write tickets and levy fines? So would there not be a revenue loss as well? Or is the 90K net of the cost of the position and the revenue collected?
Councillor Carlson, the revenue is part of the fines and penalties that flow into the MRSR, and there's a transfer for relief of taxation from the MRSR to help to minimize kind of any significant swings. So those are incorporated through the MRSR.
And I get that. Thank you, Ms. Pinkson. But if we eliminate the position, eliminate the tickets and the fines with this position, we should also probably know what the revenue loss is going to be. Because literally, if we find out that of the 800 to 1,000 complaints and tickets are issued to a portion of those and fines to a portion of those, if that ends up being $82,000 in revenue, and I have no idea, it's only a net savings of $8,000 overall. Am I making sense?
Yeah, just given the time frame of trying to pull all of the operating budget reviews together, and we would just have to review that again at the next budget cycle in terms of the impact on the reserve versus the amount that's being transferred for relief of taxation. And
Right,
we
and
just
thank
haven't
you.
done that.
It would just be good to know, because one of the comments I hear in communities so often is hire more bylaw officers. The amount of tickets they could issue on things like weeds, etc., should more than pay for them. So I'm struggling to eliminate a position that I don't know if it's cost neutral, if it's not. I just don't know.
If I may, this is a very small department. This would have a significant impact in terms of their capacity to kind of do that work, if that's what you were asking.
Kind of.
And I think I can add in there, it looks like 100 properties fail to deal with these weeds on an annual basis. Of those 20 to 30 of those 100, we need to go in and actually cut their lawns, and we would be charging those individuals.
And is there a fine associated with that? Like we charge for the work done, I get it. But do you also say, and there's a $200 fine? Or do we not fine people?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
They have to pay for it. I think the city bills them out for the work done, and they have to pay for the work done.
I agree, I understand that. That's cost neutral. I'm wondering, because there's a bylaw infraction, are they also issued a ticket, which would be revenue?
Right, but not revenue for that department. I think that was, I understand what you're asking, Councillor Carlson, but regardless of the number of tickets that this department writes, they don't get any of the money for it.
No, but the MRSR does.
But, okay.
But I'm saying if we're eliminating a position that costs us 90,000 and that one position issues $100,000 in tickets, I doubt it, that's a net gain to the city and the community.
Sorry, Councillor Carlson, I just don't have the breakdown by individual bylaw officer in terms of the revenue generated.
Okay, it would be helpful to know that.
Perhaps you would like to defer this one, and we'll get that information.
Certainly. Moving on. Parks Maintenance Option 1, which is related to 117. This is the reduction in parks maintenance to parks including pathway edge mowing, irrigated turf mowing, garbage collection, frequency, sports field maintenance and mowing, mulch bed renovation, shrub replacements. The first one is a decrease of one person year, non-permanent, and the option 2 is 3.2 non-permanent person years. Do I have a motion for A92 or A117?
Can I ask a question, Deputy Mayor?
Certainly.
With both of these, I'm sorry, the first one eliminates one position, the second one eliminates 3 positions. How many positions in total do we have doing this work? Like, what percentage of a reduction is that? Are there 100 people and we're removing 1% of them? Or are there 6 people and we're removing 17.5%?
Under the proposed implementation strategy, it says seasonal staff numbers will be reduced by approximately 10 seasonal staff in the program area for option 2 and 3 positions in option 1.
I see that, and that's out of how many seasonal staff? Is it 100? Is it 8? Is it 200?
Councillor Carlson, in terms of this program area, this, again, option A92 is roughly a 5% reduction in that program area specific to parks maintenance, and A117 represents roughly a 10% reduction in activity, expense activity. So based on that correlation, where the wage expense typically makes up the largest portion of the expense, this is about 5% of the workforce, the seasonal workforce attached to that program on A92 versus 10% of the group that's assigned to that task under A117. So that's the correlation.
Yeah.
In total, the Parks Department hires in physical bodies almost 100 seasonal staff every year, actually a little in excess. Pre-COVID, it was closer to 120 seasonal staff. We were well below 100 this year as a result of COVID. So but that's again, those are the staff associated with all the seasonal activities, which again we've tried to break out on a program basis, on this sheet in terms of maintenance versus life cycle or pest management, those kinds of things.
And thank you for that, and that's what I've been struggling with, because the numbers didn't add up to me. Removing one person was 5%,
right,
and then removing 3.2 was 10%.
Right.
Am I the only one seeing a disconnect? Maybe it's late and my brain is turned to mush.
Nope, I see it too.
No, we see it too.
Yay! So that's what I couldn't quite wrap my head around.
So if it helps, I wouldn't get hung up so much on the FTE. Again, these are seasonal positions. They do account for a large portion of the expenses here. In terms of an experience, a service level experience, A92 most accurately reflects the service level reduction that we experienced in this past summer during the 2020 season as a result of COVID. A117 would be a further reduction in terms of maintenance activities associated with this program area. And so, and there would be a resultant increase in drop of service associated with that. So that's why we've distinguished A92 as sort of a medium impact, whereas if you're looking for a deeper cut in terms of program expenses, A117 is the way to go. But again, there's a higher service level impact associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just on that service level impact, your proposed implementation strategy basically, the two mimic. The only difference is the number of positions. One says 3 and one says 10. Am I to assume that it's just, you know, we're in the 5%, it says pathway edge mowing will be slower happening and less frequent. I'm just to assume that's 5%, and then the same thing in the implementation strategy would just be 10% less?
You can read it that way, yes.
Would I be correct to read it that way?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I can read things lots of ways. Whether or not I'm correctly reading it is another question. So, so when we engage then in terms of the HR policy here, when we engage with our summer staff complement, just to make sure I heard the conversation between you and Councillor Carlson correctly, the 110, 115 seasonal staff we hire, we're addressing either 1 or 3.2 of those individuals, correct?
It actually translates, this is a sort of person year equivalent in a season. So if you assume a 4 or 5 month season, then 1 person year actually translates into a little more than two actual bodies associated with that recall, the seasonal recall. And 3 would translate into to 6 or 8 or 10, depending on the length of the season that we employ these people. So it in terms of body, the head count's actually larger in terms of the impact on the recall as compared to what's shown here as full-time equivalents.
Okay, actually that's good to understand, because the math doesn't work out either in terms of the dollar figure. Looking at 1 person year non-permanent, I guess equivalent is 128.5, but that's not what we're paying 1 person who's involved with park maintenance.
No, that again, just sorry not to interrupt there, Councillor Kaufman, but the wages is a big component of that. There are fleet charges and fuel charges and supplies and equipment associated with this activity as well. That's factored into that net number, that larger number.
Okay, thank you. When you talk about the not replacing of shrubs and things of that nature, this is just how it's going to be dealt with.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a mover for A92? Do you have a question?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was going to say I'll be a mover for A92.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Oh.
Do we have a second for A92?
Councillor Kaufman will second it if he can ask a question.
Councillor Kaufman will second A92. Questions?
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, just want to confirm this as well. This does not affect arborists. This is just on parks maintenance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to City Manager or Designate, I'm assuming it's Mr. Hawkins and Doug. Thank you for the answers. Thank you for relating it to the COVID experience. So my question is, in this initiative, it says that irrigation will also be reduced. But that wasn't my COVID experience. I'm in our park system every day, several times a day, and we were watering this year and mowing and weed whacking like at least in the parks in my neighborhood and the parks I walked through. So is it truly going to be like the COVID experience? Because the green strip was manicured like nobody's business this year.
So it would be safe to say that irrigation in general was decreased across the entire, in general, on the parks network. But we do treat some areas differently. We did try to maintain, to the extent that we could, the green strip, the regional park irrigation systems, to essentially the same irrigated standards as in prior years. But I can tell you, in my neighborhood on the west side, there was a concerted, deliberate effort to reduce irrigation in order to reduce the mowing cycle associated with those parks as well. So it isn't necessarily equal in every park. So there is a certain amount of judgment that's exercised by the operations staff with respect to the various parks assets we have. But in general, irrigation was reduced in the system last year.
Thank you. Because that leads to my next question, that there did seem to be a bit of a double standard. And is that by policy, or is that
it is not by
I don't like that. I'm just
no.
I'm putting my stamp on it right now. It seems like there are the haves and the have-nots in our system. And if you live, luckily as I do, by the green strip, we were watered and mowed like crazy. And can we address that somehow?
Yeah, that's fair to say. To a large measure, what we do is complaint-driven as well. And that can lead to some double standards or some inequities in terms of our maintenance activities. I think we to the extent that COVID was very new to us, it threw our normal scheduling and our normal maintenance activities well out of whack. I think there'll be a concerted effort over the winter months this year to, in the context of this reduction, if it's passed, is to try to level the playing field, if you will, Councillor Carlson, so that we in fact are applying a reasonably equal standard for every local park, regardless of the location, every green strip, regardless of the location, regional park, regardless of the location as well. But that we were going through some growing pains in terms of how we deployed, just given the uniqueness of this particular past season.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, and I really appreciate hearing that answer and response. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson, you've just angered your neighborhood by now not getting as much water.
I know I have.
We'll be happy to cut back on the service.
Yeah, they're not going to like it after this. Councillor Kaufman.
I have never had my snow shoveled on my in the 15 years I've lived here, so they blame me for that too.
Councillor Kaufman.
No, Mr. Hawkins answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? I see Councillor Carlson again, but that can't be true.
It can't be true. I'm just through you to the Mr. Hawkins again. I'm looking at A92, and then the next bump is the A117, and was any consideration given to doing a double A92 rather than jumping to A117?
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that question. There is definitely some rationale behind the bump as it's currently shown in terms of resourcing. So, but I couldn't answer that question off the top of my head. Again, I would suggest that the A92 is a reasonable, is a 5% response to this particular activity, and that would be our recommendation as staff, is to pick that one for sure. I think if you go to A117, that is going to be a dramatic change in service level, and again, there will be some community pushback with respect to that, if in fact that's what council decides.
Okay, thank you.
We have no more questions. Debate. Councillor Campbell, do you want to open?
Well, I think that the city has gained an incredible reputation for our parks, and we're very proud of them. And there is cost involved with maintaining those parks. I think this is a nice alternative to going to the 117 version of not maintaining our parks, and I think this is a good step. We're still going with the 5% reduction as has been requested, and I think this is a more appropriate way to go than going full 117.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll support this motion. I appreciate, as was previously stated as well, the way that Mr. Hawkins contextualized this, that this is sort of the COVID-esque style of parks maintenance. Yes, we heard some concern about it at the beginning of the year. I would maybe just respectfully suggest that when a council approves the budget, we take an opportunity at points throughout the early spring to be communicating with the public that you're not going to have the same level of manicured, finely manicured lawn that you might be used to, finely irrigated lawn. And this is in an effort to address the costs of operations, as the previous, as Councillor Campbell just identified. So I'll support this, and hopefully we can message it appropriately to the community to understand that we still do live in a very beautiful city. The grass might just be a little bit longer, or a shrub may not look as good as it used to. But we'll, as Mr. Hawkins has said, still pay attention to that. So I would encourage members of Finance Committee to support the motion.
Any further debate? Councillor Campbell to close.
Question.
Are there any opposed to A92?
Yep. Yep, Joe.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Councillor Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Carries 6-3.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. Come back at 3:45.
Thank you.
A90. A90 or 91? A91, right?
And 88 and 89 too, so I don't know when you want to come back to this.
Those were, no, those were transit ones. So, 891, we had the Weed Act enforcement. And there were some questions from Councillor Carlson. I believe that that needed answering. We have Mr. Enns here from Regulatory Services. And Councillor Carlson, you want to pose your question? I think it was you, wasn't it? He's a blank. Councillor Carlson?
Sorry,
He's out apologizing for his neighbors.
I was not being yelled at by my neighbors yet.
Councillor Carlson, are you there now?
Could you not hear me?
Well, I'm just trying to figure that out. We have Mr. Enns here from Regulatory Services to answer your question about weeds.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you pose the question so you can answer it?
Thank you. And I'm trying to recall, it was, I believe, I don't have my sheet in front of me, but I believe it was a $90,000 cost savings. But I'm assuming there was revenue associated with this position in fines issued. And I'm trying to find out, believe what I said, if we're spending $90,000 on a position and they're issuing $1,000 in fines, I understand that. But if they're issuing $100,000 in fines, then I don't want to remove that position. So can you give me any clarity on what revenue is associated with this, or was the 90,000 net of revenue?
I can give you a general in terms of this. First off, when it comes to the actual enforcement of the weed bylaw itself, that is the way we enforce that is basically directed by the province. They're the ones that give us the authority to go onto property and clean it. They're the ones that tell us how many days we're supposed to give until we are allowed to go on there after we issue the order. And so pursuant to that, we don't have any fines under the weed bylaw. So what the costs are with the weed is basically to cover the costs of administration and to go on and cut the property. We don't have any fines associated with that. Now, the officers, they do bring in fine revenue. I don't have an exact number to break down for each officer right now because it's all thrown into a general pile of fines, right? And that includes our commissionaires who issue parking tickets. So I don't have an answer for you directly right now in terms of how much each officer brings in, but they do bring in other fines to offset some of that.
Okay, thank you. So in removing this position, we'll have to amend the bylaw to not go after as many offenders. So basically there are no revenues associated with that position, but the other work that the bylaw officers do will continue, and there is revenue associated with those.
There is revenue associated with that. The officers also involved in seeking business licenses. Those individuals, companies that come to town and don't pay a business license, we go looking for them. Whether it be a construction site, those folks that you see on the side of the road who are selling flags and the like. So we won't have, we'd lose an officer collecting some of that revenue as well. We try our best to focus on that revenue and not lose a bunch of it, but it will affect that, and there will be some delays in some other duties that bylaw officers do, including issuing fines, taxi inspections, and all that.
So just again, then, for clarity, removing this position will not just impact the weed enforcement, it'll impact total bylaw enforcement, correct?
That's correct. It would impact, it'd probably be delays right across the department.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Enns while he's here? I see none. Go back to the motion A91, that Finance Committee recommend the Council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting A91 Weed Act enforcement. Any debate?
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As I got further into my questions, I got further away from my support of this initiative. This is one area of the city that I hear about fairly regularly, and that bylaw enforcement is not a priority of council. It's not a priority of the city. We write bylaws, but we don't enforce. What I think I just heard was that this will reduce across our community every aspect of bylaw enforcement, which I don't think is a priority in reducing costs at this moment. So I won't be supporting this initiative.
Further debate? I see none. I'll close by saying that I will not support this as well. There's too many moving parts to this. There's too many connections to the entire bylaw enforcement team for this position. It's not just Weed Act. I know from my knowledge of what the bylaw enforcement people do is they get stuck with everything that no other department will do. And this is a reality of their department. Any regulatory issue that's not covered by another department, regulatory services has to deal with. And one staff person short would be devastating to that work group. On that, I will ask for a roll call for A91.
Councillor Morrow.
I support resolution.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed?
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed?
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Lost 7-2.
Thank you. Before we go on, this is meant to be a pun. Well, maybe not. I think we're getting into the weeds a bit here. Well, for so long we were rolling along and looking at big picture and looking at what the impacts are. And then all of a sudden we started asking for all these operational details that I'm not sure have an impact, should have an impact on our decision. Administration has given us their implementation strategy, and if there's something not clear in there, perhaps we could ask for clarification. I just think some of the questions we're asking are maybe not appropriate for this process. And I'd like to just caution council about trying to get into too detailed of questions when we're looking at impacts. And that's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that? Make a comment?
Certainly.
Well, I'm respectfully, I disagree, Deputy Mayor. In order for us to make the decisions that we have in front of us, this is again, I've indicated before, it's one of the biggest jobs that we will do. And if we have the questions in order to make an informed decision, I don't think it's digging into the weeds too much. It's important that we have the information to make the informative decisions. So, sorry, respectfully, I disagree, and I think we should have any questions that we have and get those answers so we can again make those decisions.
That's fine. You can disagree. All right, let's move along. Oh, Councillor Carlson.
No, Your Worship. Your Worship, your Deputy Worship.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
In apology to yourself, the chair, as my colleagues, you are correct. A lot of these questions I likely could have been requesting prior to this. I'm sorry, I was focused on other areas and I didn't get through the entire asking all my questions in every sheet. So I apologize. Shame on me.
Thank you for not having me call you out. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate that. A93, which is Parks Life Cycle Replacement. Option 1 is connected to A121. Parks Life Cycle Option 2. This initiative reduces the ability to repair or replace parks assets that are damaged or worn, including furniture, sports field structures, pathways, drainage, and fencing. A93 looks for a savings of $75,000 per year. A121 is $200,000. Do I have a mover for A93 or A121?
I'll move A93.
Councillor Kaufman, A90. Councillor Kaufman, A93.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Carlson.
Councillor Carlson, thank you. Questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, I have one.
Go ahead.
And I'm trying to figure out how to word this so it applies to what we're doing here today. A couple of these actually have reference to the fact that these could theoretically, if we require maintenance or replacement, things like that, end up in the CIP. I recognize it's the practice of the city of Lethbridge to have sort of life cycle maintenance, in effect, capital works as part of our operating budget. I'm just wondering, Madam Treasurer, if some of these could actually be addressed through CIP as opposed to being part of operation consideration. I recognize the money has to come from somewhere. What we're doing is it's coming from taxation versus programming other options. It may just all end up coming from taxation. I recognize that. But I'm wondering if part of the challenge we're facing in some of our taxation considerations is that we have capital expenditures where it should just be operating.
Councillor Kaufman, in the practice at the city is to maintain what we own, and typically looking at the CIP, we try to capture larger type capital projects as opposed to kind of routine annual maintenance. The budget for the maintenance within the operating budget is not sufficient, which is why things will often come to the CIP. I mean, obviously they're closely connected, but there's also pulling it out of taxation while it helps to potentially minimize the pressure today could place additional burden in the future if we're competing against funding sources that don't have a significant amount of available funding. I'm thinking specifically grants in the future, given the condition of the likely condition of the province and the likely impact on future grants. It is about kind of maintaining more regular kind of items and taking care of what we own, as opposed to more significant capital infrastructure amendments or rehab or modification. I'm not sure if Mr. Hawkins wants to add anything to that.
The only, we in multiple places, Councillor Kaufman, we do have operating dollars that deal with, again, as City Treasurer has mentioned, the more routine, smaller scale maintenance or life cycle issues or replacement issues. And in this case, that's what this budget applies to. And then but we do have a CIP, an asset renewal ongoing program in the CIP that I believe is funded from pay-as-you-go. Actually, I'll defer to City Treasurer on the funding. But again, it is focused on the more significant repairs, things like irrigation replacements in Nicholas Sharon, for instance, this past year. Major drainage upgrade issues that need to be resolved, those kinds of things. So there is a distinction between what's being considered here on a routine day-to-day basis as compared to the CIP. But the comment that the parks manager has put in here is that any decline here, any reduction in the day-to-day stuff could potentially lead to deferred activity that creates a greater expense down the road, and where we would resolve that in the future is through the CIP.
Thank you. So for process, just so we recognize what it is that we're doing, if we're to take the $75,000 out of taxation, we undertake asset management, and I'm assuming that's everything, or predominantly everything that we own, that we maintain. It just is the question of, is the $75,000 being annually put into repair and upkeep of something when, which we'll do for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, when maybe after year 4 it should have been replaced. Is our asset management tooled in such a way to recognize these things, or are we sometimes spending more maintenance on you can see where I'm kind of getting at with this. Is it operating? Is it capital? And as I look at things like this, there's a part of me that says take it out of taxation for now and dedicate it in capital so people understand how it's being spent. I don't know if that's a question to anybody. That's the way I feel. Thank you. And I'm okay. I'm seriously okay with no answer. I'm just trying to get this straight in my own mind, and I guess I'm taking up everybody's time doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The alternate to this one that we're debating now is A121, correct?
I thought it was A93.
Oh.
So the option 2, which is the large, is the companion one, is A121. That's correct.
Right.
Can I just again ask, because these were driving me crazy. One is 5% at 75,000. The other is 10%. Well, I know you know where I'm going here. At 200,000.
Yep.
I just don't get it.
Sorry, I missed the last part of that question.
Doesn't
Okay, what I would offer, Councillor Carlson, is that the focus be placed on the reduction identified and the impact. So back to the earlier conversation around employing a temporary or seasonal workforce. No, the math doesn't line up because you're employing halves of people, you're employing different pieces of equipment over varying times. So folks have done the math to come up with what it would take to achieve the 5 and 10%. It's not what I would call old math. And I would just say that the work behind this was focused on getting to the 5 and 10%, so I would not be overly, my recommendation would be not to be overly focused on whether or not 2 times 5 equals 10, but focus on the reduction to be achieved and obviously, and more importantly, the impact.
And thank you, City Manager. I think you called me old, and I get that. But can you understand my level of frustration when I'm told that 75,000 equals 5% of the budget and 200,000 equals 10? And maybe there are hidden calculations that I don't get, but it's challenging if there's not some sort of explanation. So.
I do understand that, and I wasn't calling you old.
More questions in the queue. Debate. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do understand the necessity for life cycle replacement. Again, I do kind of fundamentally struggle, and maybe this is a larger conversation with all of council at a different time about how we are funding these things, recognizing there is ultimately only one taxpayer and it has to come from somewhere. But sort of a little bit of the frustration with both old and new math. The 5% to me seems to be a manageable amount if we're making the jump. I can see too many hurdles, too many pressures we're pushing to the right. So I would just suggest that, or ask my colleagues to support this motion.
Question's been called. Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
Acting Mayor Higgins opposed. Roll call, please.
Councillor Parker,
Oh, opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan,
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor.
Councillor Campbell,
In favor?
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Croson,
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
That carries 6-3.
Next item is A95, which relates to A96, pest management. This provides a reduction in invasive weeds, mosquitoes, gopher, and wasp control across the city. Option 1 is for $43,400 reduction. Option 2 is for $86,500 reduction. Do I have a mover for 95 or 96?
Carlson.
Joe.
Oh.
Go ahead, Carlson.
No, thank you, Councillor Morrow. You're moving a different one than I was, so go ahead.
No, I'll back off if you want to move 95.
Okay, Councillor Carlson wants to move 95. Thank you, Councillor Morrow. Seconder for A95,
Campbell?
Councillor Campbell. Questions? Councillor Carlson.
Just one quick one. A wide range of pest control. Does this involve the regional spraying for weeds, the dandelions, and how will this reduction affect that?
It does, and there is a modest reduction in service level. I think how it would play out in terms of actual weed control in public spaces is that just the frequency would be reduced. So if we typically do an area annually, you'd likely see a reduction to every other year, that kind of approach, or on a rotational basis. So that would be the impact.
Okay, thank you.
The questions? There are none. Debate. Councillor Carlson, you want to open?
No, I'll close if necessary, if anyone wants to debate.
Thank you. I will say that I will not support this. One of the things in the satisfaction survey that we saw earlier this week was that people very much enjoyed our parks, and the things that this initiative seeks to stop are things that enable people to enjoy the parks and our parkland. So I will not be supporting this. Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this either. I have bad memories of one year when we went from a very moist condition to very warm very quickly. And it was the one year in the last 7 when we had a really bad spring of mosquitoes. And if we can maintain that, I think this is a service that many people take for granted. Lethbridge is one of the better cities in terms of mosquito and other pest control. And this is something that I personally value, and I think other people do. You only notice it when it isn't well maintained. And this is a small amount of money, and I think it's a service that people appreciate.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I won't be supporting this one either. When I looked at the gophers and some of them, I wasn't too concerned, but the mosquitoes does concern me. With West Nile still being prevalent in this area, I think mosquito control is something we need to support, and so I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I won't be supporting this as well. For the main reason is people expect this type of service from a municipality, and if we didn't offer it, I can't imagine someone else doing it, so I will be supporting this. I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
There are no more hands up. Councillor Carlson to close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues and pointing out to me about the mosquito abatement or mosquito control. It is one I would also hate to see discontinued. You may have swayed me in your eloquent debate, and I will reserve my focus on dandelions for a later time. So, thank you.
Call the question by roll call, please.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
That's lost 8-1.
Next item, A97, playground option 1, which is associated with A120, playgrounds option 2. Reduce the service level of playground maintenance throughout Lethbridge. Do I have a mover for A97 or A120? There are no...
A120, Joe.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow. A120. Do I have a second?
Carlson will second to get it on the table.
Councillor Carlson will second that. The questions for A120 playgrounds option 2. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question. Do the schools or community groups that fundraise for school playground equipment, do they pay anything towards this program, or is it again just turned over to the city and we do it all regardless of the level of equipment and size of playgrounds that are fundraised for and built by the schools?
So this activity is funded by the city, and there is no recovery specific to this activity of the school boards, not for this activity.
And further to that, do we actually have any say or limiting ability? I notice some schools have minimal playgrounds. Some have gone all out. Do we have any say in that? Because it's like developers putting in high scale amenities, then turn over to the city and we have to maintain them. Does that occur at all?
It is part of our joint use agreement with the school districts is to work with them at the outset during a brand new construction, a new school, new playground, on the standard associated with the playground construction. And we also work with the school councils and school district on life cycling or replacements that are often funded by the schools as part of a renewal program. So yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. When I read on 120, the background of the city maintains 89 playgrounds, etc., but it comes down with activities around maintenance and upkeep are largely driven to meet or exceed the safety standards. Would we be below the safety standards if this passed?
No, we would be meeting minimum standards, in particular in regard to A120. I think the risk, there is an inherently higher risk that there might be a deficiency that develops that our response time to is a little slow, but again, it would not be our intention that this would in fact be unduly increasing our liability. However, fewer resources in the context of A120 just does reduce our response time to dealing with emergent situations and developing situations.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. From sort of a policy liability component, then when you say reducing our response time, are you talking about we won't be out today, but we'll be there tomorrow?
Yeah, depending on the issue that's at hand, you're right. It could be up to a week. Typically, if we can't actually effect a repair, if something cropped up and there was an actual deficiency, our response time today is within a day or two. Potentially, what we would have to do is we'd have to sign something and get back to it depending on what other priorities we were dealing with it. But we would make sure that we covered off the health and safety risks in other fashions if there is a delay to respond.
Okay, thank you. Second question on the same sort of vein then, when you talk about to the minimum allowed under safety standards, there's obviously a requirement that we be inspecting these. We would be meeting that. Are these sort of minimum standards weekly, monthly, yearly?
They're a combination, actually. There's typically monthly inspections, but annual specifically that we're required to report on as well.
And we would obviously, as you say, be undertaking those still.
That's correct.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, what about the school playground units as well as some of our public property ones that are old style and don't meet current safety standards? Do we still have some of those around? You know, the wooden structure where like they're just waiting for someone to smash their face or break their leg?
We do have some older style play structures that don't meet the current standards, but in the context of what we do in terms of current inspections and maintenance activities, we are compliant. We are meeting those minimum requirements. So, and we are, through our CIP program, our asset management program, life cycling those on a regularly scheduled basis, and we attempt to get 3 or 4 of those out of the inventory on an annual basis.
Do you know how many of those ones, especially on city property, how many of those playground units are that old style?
I'd have to get back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions? I see none. Councillor Moore, do you want to open debate?
Close. I'll close.
Okay, any debate? Councillor Croson.
Forgive me, I have to do this. Won't somebody think of the children? For the amount of money and for the fact that this is for playgrounds, I will be opposing this simply because I think there's other places we can still find cuts, so I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, I'm on Belinda's page as well. It's about safety. I know that we want to reach levels of safety, but there is an inherent risk when we don't get to it right away. And I still have some memories of some monkey bars that I won't want to get into right now. But yes, so I will. It was a tough day. Anyway, that was I will not be supporting this.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Regarding my question earlier, I will be supporting this, as we know that it's not going to take away from the safety if it has to be signed and is returned to be fixed. I don't think, and we've heard that it's not going to cause a safety concern. So for that reason, I will be supporting this.
Further debate? I see none. Councillor Moore to close.
Thank you. First of all, I think I should say that I for one don't believe that the administration went through all this difficult time of trying to find 5% and 10% and coming back with recommendations to council where we put anybody at risk. I don't believe they would do that. And I don't believe that any of these recommendations in the binder would at all suggest that we are neglecting our duties, putting people, kids in this particular case, at risk. You got to remember, the task that we started off with was a 5 to 10% recovery. We were asking everybody to do that. And what I'm sensing now is that because we've either achieved our zero or we're close to our zero, we're going to start not approving any of these. All I suggest is that we can do these and approve these. Administration brought these forward. We have to pick them, either the 5 or 10%. The next council can open up the budget if there are people, citizens, residents that are not happy with the decisions that we make today. They can reopen and revisit the budget, and maybe this is a bad move. I'm not saying that it's a good move. It might be a bad move. But let's give the residents the opportunity to at least give us time to go ahead with these recommendations by our administration, understanding that we are all in the same boat where we are all tightening our belts. And this is the exercise that we are trying to do. So I'm hoping you will support this resolution, because that is, I think, what we are attempting to do. So I ask for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll do, call the question by roll call, please. This is for A120.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
That carries 6-3.
All right, our next item is 8099. Infrastructure Administration, reduction of administrative support services. The objective of this reduction be to reduce the overall service level of service provided by Infrastructure Services Administration to business units that it currently supports. I will move that A99 be recommended to City Council for passing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Councillor Croson. Questions?
I have a question as well.
Go ahead.
This one seems incredibly straightforward. It's just having less supplies, and yet it's under the medium. So, question to the city manager, what am I missing here? Why is this under the medium risk or medium impact?
I'll defer to Mr. Hawkins for response.
I think in terms of sort of the suite of support services and the number of business units that rely on infrastructure administrative support is really what drives the medium category. This particular area, the office manager for infrastructure services and his support staff essentially provide these general office support services to almost 10 business units. So it's really just that it's a cut that impacts quite a number of business units. So I think that would be why it ended up in the medium category.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins, would this have an impact on the ability for these units to do their job properly?
So I think what's going to happen is that they'll end up, it'll push some of these services into the business unit, and they won't be centrally supported, so they'll have to be a little more self-sufficient and operate and do these functions decentralized. I think that's the impact with this one. Absolutely doable, though.
You're seeing there's an efficiency with having the centralized function for a number of different units.
There's no question. These aren't necessarily core tasks to various business units that rely on it. So it's that's the idea behind coordinating activities through this office. But again, this is definitely an area that we can actually take a hard look at and figure out how to decentralize going forward.
And are any of these functions duplicated throughout the corporation for other units?
I think it would be safe to say that there are similar functions. Community services and that family of business units have a similar reliance on their support group as well. But this is specific to the infrastructure services group.
Thank you. Further questions? I see none. Debate. I will open it up for debate. Councillor Crowson? I saw a light flash. No?
I was just turning my mic on in preparation for voting.
Oh, okay, very good. Councillor Carlson?
Sure, I'll just voice my opposition to this one. And it's just my gut feeling that, and I agree that the explanation from staff has been opposite what my gut is, but centralization usually achieves efficiencies rather than the opposite. So I won't be in support of this.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Speaking to this one, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking of many of the other ones we've already gone through. We're asking for a reduction from the city. They've came to us and given us these options. We went through all of these other community groups out there, and we didn't have much of a problem slashing all of their budgets and their 5%, their 10%, or whatever those amounts were. And yet now when it comes back to where we see we're getting closer to the 0%, let's just lighten off the load here with the city decisions. So this one here, I would ask support, and I would hope that going forward be support for others. So with that, I do support this.
There's no other debate. I will do, Mayor Spearman?
I will support it, but I'm going to be realistic. It's going to have minimal effect on taxation. $16,500. The rest comes from utilities. When our Director of Infrastructure Services says it's absolutely doable, then it's we're looking for dollars, so I will support it.
No other debate. I will call the question by roll call.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Carries 8-1.
All right, A100. And I think this will be our last one for the day. Infrastructure Administration, Asset Management, Special Services, and Studies and Contractual Services. This initiative will reduce spending on special services, studies, and contractual services. I will move that Finance Committee approve A100 and forward that decision to City Council.
I'll second.
Councillor Crowson seconds that. Questions? Councillor Carlson.
Can somebody just tell me what special services are?
Would, then they'd have to kill you.
So, an example of a special service in infrastructure services would be surveying. Legal surveying, for instance, is often categorized as a special service where we actually contract for that service for a specific purpose. There's other services, special or consulting services that fall into that category on a routine basis as well.
Okay, so if surveying is necessary, how will we accomplish it then?
This is only a 10% reduction in the budget that we have corporate or in infrastructure services specific to these activities. So this isn't an elimination of the entire budget. It's just a reduction. Again, a reduction just means that we've got to be prudent and efficient in terms of the amount of resources, financial resources we have here. To the extent there may be some internal capacity to actually undertake this work, then we'll have to rely on our own staff and our own expertise.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, what happens if, I'm just trying, too many things in my head. So you're saying if we approve this, this existing staff will have to find a way to get it done?
Correct.
Thank you. Further questions? There being none, open it for debate. I see none. Is there anyone opposed to A100? There being none, that passes unanimously. I would just like to say that I am extremely happy with the way this has gone so far. And I'd like to thank my colleagues on council. This isn't an easy process, and we've gotten a lot done in 3 days, a lot more than I thought we would be at this point. I want to thank the administration for providing the support that we required to get this done. We have a couple of more difficult days left, and just to lay it out, we have some more initiatives to go over, as well as coming back to several that we need to make difficult decisions on. And with time permitting, of course, we have a chance to reflect on our work for the week and decide if there are things that we need another look at. And I think at the close of today, if we can get a tally from the city treasurer on where we're at in terms of our target, and then there's a chance for final comments, I think, from a couple of council members. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Sherrill, members of Finance Committee, currently the 2021 is at a negative 0.54% tax decrease, and the 2022 is at 1.58% tax increase. So the average would be about 0.5 per year, based on municipal portion of the property tax bill, should this be approved.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, and thank you to your colleagues for getting through what we did today and over the past couple of days. The question I have is, and I know it's at the end of the day, so I'd hate to task administration with this, is I'm going through what resolutions or what initiatives we've gone through. I would really like to know which ones are left. I was trying to take these pages out and put them into another binder as we went through them, and I've kind of got a little behind on that as we were in discussions, but I don't know if that's possible to get that information, or if that's too difficult. That's fine. I can carry on the way I am.
City clerk has a rolling tally kind of going, so she can tell you, or would you like it sent?
I can send it out, or I can do both. I can mention them.
Acting Mayor, I think the clerk will send it out so everybody has it. I think it's easier that way.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. City Clerk.
Okay. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'm sure you're about to add in your thanks as well to City Manager, the Treasurer, and all the staff. We ask weird questions sometimes. A friend of mine and I were having a chat about parent voice, and you can sometimes hear that, both by members of council as well by staff, and that's actually quite okay. It really does, it does help us get the information. Staff are really helping us get the information, and we appreciate everything that's being done. It's difficult for all of us, but thank you for the quick responses and for those moments of, we'll get information for you as fast as we can. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
My hand was up to say similar things, so I just want to say thanks all. It's been a long day, a long couple of days, but looking forward to tomorrow and getting through these.
Thanks, that's great, thank you. And we should give special thanks to the clerk's office as well for kind of shepherding us through this whole process. Bonnie and Ryan and there's the other people in the clerk's office that have been working behind, well, you two right in front of us, but some of your staff working behind the scenes. We got through 3/5 of the week, and we have Jennifer over here helping out, and I'd like to thank the senior management team as well for providing us the answer. So now that we've done our 11, we can go home. See you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we will start with item 101, unless we have an answer to revisit 89 and 90, I think it was. 88 and 89. Thanks and good night.